given the option. Now in video also, you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. For me alone in give. Hello. Yes, Conrad. Is my video available there? Hello. Am I okay? I think I am unable to hear you via Zoom. Yeah, nothing. I am able to hear you. Of course, I am able to hear from auditorium. I am able to hear double side once. Hello, guys. I kept full. My speaker, everything is volume up. And please increase the volume. No, I'm not getting audio from you. No audio. I kept full volume in my speaker. Hello, I hope you can hear me, but I hear nothing from Zoom. Yeah, I have kept full volume in mine. No, I am unable to hear you. Beautiful morning. Sun is yet to be up. And here we are with the Buddhist philosophy and praxis. Praxis means practice. So no voice I am able to hear. Conrad. No, I am unable to hear you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Conrad and the association people, I could hear nothing, man. Still, I think you have to switch the mic on in the system. Only then I can hear you, I think. Hello, I can't hear you. Hello, can somebody respond? No, I can't, bro. Nothing is heard in my speaker, or it's a problem with my device. No, my device is perfect. Hello, 1, 2, 3. I don't hear anything from you, man. Still, do something, Nibin, the operator, Basil, Conrad. I can't hear anything. Yes, it's drizzling. The rain is yet to be. Hello, guys. No, man, I don't hear anything. Yes, please check. Morning, sir. You are having enough, you can give me now. Hello. I don't hear anything. I hope you can see my video, but and you can show the camera. I can see both works. And you can show the camera. Hello, Nibin. I can. Yes, I'm able to hear my own voice. Just now, voice came.
Alikala, can you hear me?
And you can show the camera. Yes, yes. Yes, now perfect. Own voice. Just now, voice came.
Alikala, can you hear me?
And you can show the camera.
What did you play?
Yes, I can hear you. What I spoke just 30 seconds before, that is, I'm able to hear now. Just now, my voice.
Me, once again. Alikala, can you hear me?
And you can show the camera.
What did you play?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. What I spoke just 30 seconds
Okay,
before,
Gayatri,
that
can
is,
you
I'm
hear
able to
me?
hear now. Just now, my voice.
Just a second, you all have made me co-host now, so I'm
Yeah.
able to unmute myself. I
Yes,
believe Dr. Sonam Kachu has joined us as
What I
well.
spoke just 30 seconds
he's
before,
also
that is,
co-host.
I'm able to hear now. Just now, my voice.
Just a second, you all have made me co-host now, so I'm able to unmute myself. I believe Dr. Sonam Kachu has joined us as
What
well.
I spoke just 30 seconds
he's
before,
also
that is,
co-host.
I'm able to hear now. Just now, my voice.
Just a second, you all
us,
have made me
but he
co-host
is
now, so
muted.
I'm able to unmute myself. I believe Dr. Sonam Kachu has joined us as well.
Just 30 seconds
he's
before,
also
that is,
co-host.
I'm able to hear now. Just now, my voice.
Just a second, you all
Yes,
have made me
but
co-host.
he. Okay. Because I could hear the. Okay, so Dr. Sonam is there, but
Hello, check.
oh,
Is there input?
yes, there is, but we can't see you. Okay, yes, Dr. Sonam. You can see Gayatri.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
You are still
Hello, check.
muted.
Hello, check.
Right, I've been able to unmute myself now.
Hello, check. Hello, hello. It's quite less. No, it's fine. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Hi, is the volume okay?
Check.
Yes, is the night okay?
Well, it's a treat to be here, so I'm gonna hope that I can stay alert and somehow somewhat intelligent for all of you, but I'll do my best. It's really nice to see you, even if only virtually.
Yes, we've just been communicating over email. It was wonderful to meet Jay yesterday as well, because I've just been, again, interacting with him over email. So,
Yeah, but it's wonderful to be on any building with both of you. It's an honor for me.
and for you, it's a Friday night, so all
It
the
is.
more you end of the week. So,
End of the week. I really do hope that I'll be coherent. So if there's, I hope you'll be patient with me. I'm a little slow to answer questions, or if there are any mistakes I make along the way. And I wanted to ask, is it okay if I share the slides for the talk?
yes, of course, yeah, I'll just check. Dr. Dinesh, has Dr. Kachubi made a co-host?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so you would be able to share slides and everything.
Both of you are co-hosts.
Right.
Thank you.
Everyone's gone for breakfast, so we're just waiting for them to come back. But we still hope to start on time. So the other thing is, sorry, go ahead.
Have you had a chance to get a break, or get some refreshments in before the panel starts?
Right, I've just got myself some coffee, and I'll eat a little later.
Sorry, I cut you off. You were saying.
No, that's nothing important.
So this is a conference that you've been running, but you've organized it, right? Like these.
I'm one of the organizers. We also have Dr. Archana and Professor Nishant.
Okay. And is this
Right.
something that?
And this.
Do you do
so
this?
This is sorry. So there is so this conference is in honor of Professor Geeta Ramana. So a wonderful scholar and brilliant teacher, and we lost her quite suddenly to cancer. And so that's why and it was in a very short period of time. So came as quite a shock to all of us. And so it's in her honor that we have come together and we are arranging these annual conferences.
I see. That's amazing.
Right. And in fact, last time the University of Mumbai had organized an international conference. She was one of the organizers, and the Dalai Lama himself was the keynote speaker. So
That's amazing. And they continue to be well attended by the students and the faculty of these universities?
yes, yes, yes. So last year we had it at IIT Bombay. This time we're having it in India. I'm going to get some water.
Please, 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 please.
So we have around 50 participants. So you will have senior philosophy professors, their undergraduate students, postgraduate students. We had presentations yesterday by research scholars, and we had a best paper award. So and primarily this conference was we organized it in terms of it's a research scholars forum. Who is one of the organizers. So in the sense that for Professor Geeta Ramana, research scholars were very, very important. So we wanted to have a conference where research scholars could present their work, and then we had an award for the best paper. She was very, very close to her students, and she went out of her way to help them and assist them and guide them. Her area of interest was in fact consciousness studies and philosophy of mind. So yeah.
I remember looking that up, and so that it's particularly important, and it's very nice to be part of this. And did you also pick up that interest? Is that something that you are also interested in, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
And
yes.
like, so currently, like what are you teaching right now, or what are you writing right now?
Right. So I teach at Symbiosis, you've heard of, and that's why that you've made that connection. It was and thank you for sharing that very personal experience with us. Right. So I've been teaching at Symbiosis for around 12 years now. And so I teach courses in literature and philosophy. So these are my areas of interest. I like to
You'd like to bring them together? Is this something
bring them together
also?
because I have so I have a double MA in literature and philosophy, and so these are my these are the loves of my life, and this is what I like to sort of see interactions between these two disciplines. And currently, what I'm working on is I'm looking at the poetry of Kabir and looking at Mahamudra poetry and Mahamudra philosophy to try and see parallels there, to look at the mind state of Shunyata itself, and focusing on again, because so much of Mahamudra poetry as well is around expressing the inexpressible, and that's what Kabir is doing through his poetry. And at the end of the day, if Kabir, for me, it doesn't. If you're able to reach a state of non-duality and a state of shunyata, it doesn't matter if you're a Kabir or a Buddha or a Sonam Kachru. If you're able to reach that state, then you're drinking from the same well, right? So you've collapsed that subject-object duality. So, and when you're talking about non-conceptual thought, talking about expressing the inexpressible, and so again, that idea of non-conceptuality is something that interests me, and that's something that I'm trying to dig deeper into to understand, because and then expressing the inexpressible through poetry. And Kabir, Kabir has this wonderful thing of Ulat Bamsi, which is upside down poetry. So again, like a Zen koan, right? So you're working with paradoxes, you're working with, you're trying to use language, you're trying to express something that is beyond language, and you're trying to use language to break through our own conceptual elaborations. So the person who's listening to what Kabir is saying, you need to use an upside down language, you need to use impossible reversals, you need to fox the mind, right? To be able to see something beyond the conceptual elaborations, right? So to use poetry and Kabir talks about shabd ki chot, which is the wound of the word, and insight. You can speak of it in terms of insight that turns your world absolutely upside down, right? And somehow, so even though we're going beyond language, it is finally we need the conventional means of language, right? You need to use language to reach a state beyond language, and it's the wound of the word it's a wound. It's because ultimately Kabir takes the carpet from underneath your feet, right? You're facing there's and just as Nagarjuna also tells us, right? Shunyata is also shunya. So the minute we try to, and with Kabir as well, the minute you try to hold on to anything, right, that is also taken away from you. So
Is that the title of the? That's a fantastic title, Shabd Ki Chot. That would be an amazing
yes,
title.
yes. Yes,
So,
yes,
so
and I
Kabir,
know you work a lot with language and poetry and meaning making. So
not as interestingly as this. I'm really interested in seeing what you come up with. Like, do you think
right,
I should? I would love to. Is it okay if I write to you and ask you more about Kabir and how you're thinking about?
right. And what's fascinating about Kabir is you have so many different translations, right? So you have so different translators look at the same poem so differently, and are also sort of relating it to today's times. And Kabir again is not a single person because it's oral tradition, it's oral poetry, so it's down the centuries. So you'll suddenly have an aeroplane in a Kabir poem, even though he's a 15th century poet. So as a researcher, I'm not going into the historical Kabir, right? I'm looking more at the text, and to look at it as it's not a single person. It is a collection of inspired voices. And at the end of the day, Lal Ded you must have heard of for sure because of your Kashmiri background, right? So Lal Ded again is absolutely fascinating. She talks about rending the veil, right? She talks about it, and her poetry is a lot more. Kabir is trying to. So the interesting thing about Kabir is trying to wake us up. So a lot of his poetry, unlike the other Bhakti poets, his poetry is directed to us, is directed to the reader, much like Whitman. Whitman also dedicates his poetry to the reader, right? So
Right.
Kabir also is trying to wake us up. So Kabir is not, his poems are not for God. His poems are for you, and his poems are to sort of wake you up from your and ultimately what Buddhism is trying to tell us to do is to get out of our suffering, and that's Kabir's goal as well, right? He says you have wandered around and you have suffered for so long, and he has to wake you up. You need the Shabd Ki Chot to get out of the delusion, to get out of the suffering, and language has that beautiful part to do it. And at the same time, Kabir says that if you're just going to continue to read books, he says, how will your mind and my mind ever meet? Right? So, in the sense that finally it's about the experience, you have to meditate. So, even though he's using language, he's very much telling you that
Good morning,
our minds
Dr.
will not meet if
Gayatri
you
and
don't
Dr.
meditate.
Sonam.
Yes.
Can we start the session? We are ready now.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we are going on live as well.
All right. All right. So I will essentially be handing over to the MC.
MC is ready. So MC is ready.
The MC is ready, right?
So thank you very much.
Dr.
We are starting the session.
Yeah. So Dr. Sudhindra, over to you. Thank you.
Very good morning, one and all. Welcome to day two. Welcome to day two of the international conference organized by Professor Geeta Ramana Memorial Research Forum and the GD Institute. So I'm Sudhindra. I'll be your MC for the day. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Keshav Kumar, who will be chairing this session. Professor Keshav Kumar has already been with us since yesterday. He has delivered a wonderful talk as well. Just a brief introduction for those who do not know. Professor Keshav Kumar is a faculty member of the Department of Philosophy at University of Delhi. He's done his PhD from University of Hyderabad, and he's been teaching. He's taught at Pondicherry University before joining Delhi. He has several varied interests, and he's most specifically focusing upon the philosophy of B.R. Ambedkar, critical philosophical traditions of India, critical reading of Western philosophy, and Indian materialism. We are extremely glad to have you here, sir. Now, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Sonam Kachru. Dr. Kachru is an assistant professor in the Department of Religious Studies, Yale University, and he specializes in the history of Indian and Buddhist philosophy. He studies Indian philosophy as an example of and a model for a more global humanities. His first book, Other Lives, Mind and World in Indian Buddhism, was published by Columbia University Press in 2021. He's currently working on the history of pre-modern AI, which I believe would be very interesting to the young people. And another book exploring what we can learn about nature and value of literary experience from the history of Buddhism, tentatively titled Sweet Bitter, the Savage Fruit, Buddhism, Poetry and Truth. We are extremely honored to have you, sir, and I would like to request you to start your session.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Can everyone hear me? I hope that I'm coming through all right.
Yeah,
I want to thank. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's perfect.
Thank you. I'd like to thank, first of all, Dr. Gayatri Mendana for inviting me to this wonderful occasion and this gathering of such talented scholars, faculty, and students. It's a particular honor to be part of this memorial for Professor Geeta Ramana, many of whose interests I share, though I do not carry out a research agenda as beautifully as she did. But I hope to contribute something to our conversation today. With your permission, I'm going to share a presentation, at least the slides. They are not particularly attractive, but hopefully they will not be too distracting, and they will help at least give us something to attend to as I speak to you today about this strange category of difficult objects. So I'll begin by asking you to look. The Greek philosopher Porphyry says that there are those who learnt to read from looking at statues. Sadly, I'm not one of them, though I have been encouraged in my reading of Buddhist poetry by a way in which some sculpted works have invited me to look and to read them. Like this one. It's a small object, this frieze depicting the death of the Buddha, but more accurately the parinirvana of the Buddha. A small object, 66 centimeters by 66 centimeters by 7.6 centimeters, but there are worlds in it. And no student of Buddhist philosophy should be allowed to interpret the history of Buddhism without having spent time with it, without living with it and learning to see what it can teach us to see. As Porphyry and many of the ancients knew, seeing as much as arguing is a deeply philosophical practice. What do you see looking on this object? We are told by the curators that this object was housed in a stupa and represents the event of the Buddha's parinirvana, the nirvana which completes his awakening and removes his presence from this world as a person, but not his presence entirely. For his relics remain, even if he as a person does not, at least not in this biographically individuated shape. So the parinirvana is a kind of success, but I'll confess today, when I look on this object, and I have spent many, many years looking at it, I don't know that I see an event to be celebrated. I don't know that I see an event to be mourned either, the loss of something infinitely valuable as the Buddha is. I'm not sure what I see, but I do know that when I look on this image, I see, above all else, a portrayal of human being. If you are anything like the undergraduates I have the privilege of teaching, on being shown this image, even if you do not know anything about the history of Buddhism, a conceit I ask you to entertain despite the fact that there are so many among you who know so much more than I do. But even if you did know nothing, you will, I think, find the image arresting. There are three things that you might pick on, even if you spent a little time with it. One, emotions, and the variety of emotions. You'll see the people who see and do not see what is before them. The feeling through the figures that confront us and the figures whose backs are turned to us. And that might give you pause. Whose point of view do you occupy in looking on this image? Look how complex even this little scene is. For we have depicted before us not just beings and their emotions, but their perspectives. Isn't your perspective for a moment captured by the monk whose back is towards you? And do you not then realize that you do not occupy or do not have to occupy the perspective of the meditating monk, Subhadra, the last, actually, that the Buddha ever initiated. The scene is full of emotion, as you would say if you were a Sanskrit literary critic, and full of motion. A man pulls down his head, borne over by the weight of what he feels. A monk is propelled away and crawls, one hand on the ground, as if physically sickened by what he's experiencing. Some bodies remain still, and some are not. Some have faces that are no longer visible. Some can be seen. What are these figures thinking of? There is a literal sense of perspectival access to the scene, which is important, but it becomes a little bit more abstract the longer you spend time with. The emotions depicted are not mere feelings, but interpretive frames on the event before them. The Buddha's calm, for example, seems to contrast, if not be inconsistent, with the grief and shock on some of the faces, but perhaps not with the still monk observing the scene. But nothing in the scene, however arresting, tells the viewer which emotional reaction should dominate, which one is correct, which one should be identified with. How do I feel about it? What should I look at? What to spend time with? Which emotions, if any, to approve or not? What, if anything, in the scene can you overlook? How should I see this scene, given the way the ways of seeing is depicted before me? That's a little bit, when you entertain such questions, I mean, it gives you a little picture of what I mean by a complex object. This little relief in gray schist is certainly a complex object. It might also be what I'm going to call a difficult object. Now, that's what I would like at the end of our time together to be able to put before you, this idea of an aesthetically difficult object. And one of the things I'm going to try and argue is that a difficult object is not merely a complex object. So that's the philosophical takeaway. To motivate the idea, let me tell you this. A difficult object, I will use the word object in an annoyingly general way to cover objects like the one before you right now, and also multi-volume works of literature such as the Mahabharata. A difficult object is basically something which hinders our aesthetic engagement with it, even according to the criteria that the object may initially appear to satisfy. So the idea is that even when successfully engaged with, actually, in fact, precisely when successfully engaged with, a difficult aesthetic object resists our pleasurable engagement with it. For a difficult object, the idea of hindering aesthetic engagement with it is a feature, not a bug. Now, this beautiful, compelling depiction of the Buddha's parinirvana could be, it's certainly complex, but it could become a difficult object if something about it interfered in my taking pleasure in it. And what could that be? And if there were such a thing as a difficult object interfering with our ability to take pleasure in it, why would someone make such an object? Why would anyone wish to spend time with difficult aesthetic objects? Works of art such as this frieze, this Buddhist depiction of the end of the Buddha, of something inherently valuable, and its complex way of doing it, and Buddhist poetry, like that produced by the Buddhist poet Ashvaghosha, have motivated the idea of difficult objects for me. The Buddhist poet Ashvaghosha flourished in the first centuries of the Common Era. He was most likely the Roman poet Lucretius's contemporary, to keep a global perspective in view. And like the Roman poet, who was better known in the West, Ashvaghosha wrote philosophical epics and long-form lyrical narrative in Mahakavya. Like the philosopher-poet Lucretius, Ashvaghosha too created a new kind of literary object. Lucretius, you see, created a philosophical epic in which nature, and not gods or heroes, was the principal protagonist. In Ashvaghosha's work, the heroes were antithetical, those who challenge society and its norms, like the Buddha in Life of the Buddha, or that of his half-cousin Nanda in Beautiful Nanda. The Buddha, you all know the story, decided to leave behind his wife, family, and, from the perspective of many of his kinsmen, his duty to the shock of his people. The latter, Nanda, was kicked was dragged out of domestic bliss, kicking and screaming by the Buddha. Now, there are many possible responses that one can exhibit to these works, and many that have been considered by critics over the centuries. Take it simply for now that these works have inspired the idea of difficulty, which I want to motivate, and the variety of aesthetic good, if you will, or the aesthetic skill, which I want to say difficult works motivate. And that the idea is going to be a kind of attentional freedom and vigilance in the face of what's going to be called attentional capture. So in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to try and motivate the idea of difficulty and distinguish it from complexity. And then I'm going to motivate the idea of the reasons for engagement with difficult objects as made available in the work of Ashwagosha. And I want to say rather grandiosely that I do think this is one of the civilizational achievements of Buddhism's long engagement with literature in South Asia and what it has contributed to world literature and philosophical experience. This idea of literary experience I want to put before you in a moment. Okay, so I want to begin our tour of the idea of difficulty by distinguishing complexity and difficulty. For it is entirely possible for theorists who value pleasure to value effort and the initial interpretive puzzles and challenges presented by complex and challenging poetry or aesthetic objects. I'm going to now turn from fine arts or figural art to linguistic objects made out of words like poems and prose. But I think the points will carry over. But the reason I'm keeping my eye on poetry is not just Ashwagosha, but some of the insights of literary critics working in Sanskrit who thought about the issues that I'm about to discuss in a moment. And they make their points most incisively with respect to literature. Okay, so linguistic difficulty, take very difficult lyric poetry. That can be experienced as delightful if it offers their interpreters a satisfying variety of effortful labor, or maybe by providing them new kinds of mental activity. This was the view of critics like Udbhatta and Vamana. The pleasure of poetry for these critics had to do, one, with the cognitivity of difficult poetry, given the semantic mechanisms for generating a variety of awareness episodes on the part of readers and hearers of poetry, figuring out the complex figurations in lyric poetry, allow the mind to move in certain ways. Actually, for Vamana, the mind moves faster through when it achieves awareness of its content through literary figuration. So I love the image. For Udbhatta, there's a particular charm with the mind's having to slow down or speed up to understand what is given to it in convoluted ways that are typical of highly ornate lyricism, where you have to figure out where the verb goes, what is the point being made, is the word being used in its normal sense or not, what is the author trying to convey, what does the character X know as opposed to character Y? Actually, the kinds of questions we were raising with respect to the death of the Buddha in the frieze are the kinds of pleasures of literary experience that Vamana and Udbhatta raise. Now, if you think of such an experience as there's a kind of a pleasure, there's a kind of a joy in experiencing the mind active in this way in the reception of complex objects, then you will not have in view the kind of difficulty I have to recommend, right? Challenging objects allow us to experience difficulty as pleasure, but a truly difficult object challenges the pleasure taken in aesthetic works, for even the value of interpretive effort cannot be taken for granted. Truly difficult objects that I have in mind to recommend challenge our assessment of where felicity lies, what is worth pursuing, and when we are directed at something good or doing something good. In difficult poetry, for example, we don't ask questions like this: what is the number of the verb? With which subject does it agree? We tend to ask questions like, how could this happen? How do I feel about what is being depicted? Can I go on looking at this? Is it right for me to see something thus depicted in this way? It need not involve semantic complexity or ornamentation. It can be very simple on the surface and yet very hard to get through. It can be hard to find intelligible to live with. When you're beginning to ask questions like that, that's the terrain of what I mean by difficulty. So Ashwagosha's works are not especially linguistically challenging. They're not seriously difficult in terms of like interpretation, understanding, or grammatical parsing, but they are notoriously difficult to make, to entertain as proper or well, yeah, the Sanskrit term is going to be as works obeying propriety, and I'll explain what I mean. But there's this first order difficulty in which you understand that Ashwagosha's characters learn that there is no such thing as pleasure. They begin to experience pain. Things that are worthy of attention or things that were deemed valuable suffer kinds of deformation. Things, people, things, hearts, emotions break. The things that we thought would last do not. There is nothing in this world, says the Buddha to Nanda, that does not induce pain through alteration. Nothing will last. And given this shaking world, to use another phrase of the Buddha's in the Buddha Charitam, it is not clear to what one should become attached. The characters experience pain, and readers experience discomfort, working through the discomfort of the characters in an unstable world. When dealing with works in which pleasure and comfort are called into question, it is not always possible to enjoy aesthetic goods as one does in simple objects, at least not when moral propriety is transgressed. This was the literary critic Anandavardhana's insight, and it gets to the root of the idea of difficulty I want to motivate. You cannot enjoy a work aesthetically when moral propriety is abandoned, is Anandavardhana's point. But in Ashwagosha's work, moral propriety is precisely what is challenged. Siddhartha's actions before he became the Buddha were contested, and so were some of his actions after becoming the Buddha, remaining from one frame of values, those of the people he had left behind, immoral, adharma even. The point is, when morality is precisely what is being contested in a work, it is not obvious where propriety lies or when it is being attained. Okay, we're almost at the end of the motivation. The point, what is riding on this idea of moral propriety is something deeply interesting, and it's, I think, a very valuable insight. Some critics in South Asia maintain that successful aesthetic experience depends on propriety being observed. But why is that important? It's important because it's only when moral propriety is observed, some thought, that there is no imaginative resistance on the part of readers. We don't challenge the premises or the integrity of the work as a fiction. We don't challenge our spending time in a fiction. Everything in a work of art has to behave in accordance with the nature it ought to have. Nothing should violate our sense of possibility or normativity. That's the step. And Kuntaka, the literary critic Kuntaka, went even farther after Anandavardhana. He thought everything that makes us appreciate aesthetic language as a distinctly pleasurable modality of language, all of the difficulty we find pleasurable in works of art that are made as aesthetic sources of enjoyment for us can be enjoyed. The complexity of an aesthetic work is pleasurable only insofar as the work is ultimately morally simple. So there is an inverse relationship. The more complex a work of art, the more that's demanded of us in terms of our engagement with it. It can only be pleasurable the simpler the moral demands on us are. So that's Kuntaka's thesis. And I think there's something really interestingly true about this. So we cannot, so hold on to this, we cannot enjoy the difficulty, cognitive difficulty, if our imaginative resistance to the works of art's propriety and intelligibility is also being raised. Okay, well, okay, so here's a slogan form of the statement to save time. Okay? The idea that these literary critics begin developing, I think, is that in works of fiction, the moral complexity of the world is being bracketed as, and this is crucial, is our reality not just as subjects of experience, but as persons of whom conflicting moral demands are always possible and of who are possessed of competing dispositions, evaluations, and desires. A work of art, when successful, simplifies the world and us to enable us to become subjects of experience immersed in fictional worlds. A difficult object challenges that kind of simplicity. It unbrackets the complexity of the world, foregrounding it, causing us to become painfully aware of our being persons, replete with competing dispositions, values, and evaluations. The question is, why would you want to do that in a work of art? Why not switch to morality or something more suited to it? It seems like a contradiction in terms. Then, okay, fine, if that's the truth about aesthetics and that's the truth about morality, why would you want to fuse them? Okay, so look at this object again. Am I saying that an interestingly difficult object becomes something like the work of moral instruction? Right? No, I'm not saying that. I'm gonna skip a lot of the argument made in the paper version of this and in the book I'm hoping to write. We're gonna skip the entire traditions that thought that pleasure and moral edification and instruction do go together, in fact, and can be made to go together. And the reason I'm going to say that this is the wrong way to go is twofold. One, remember Kuntaka's thesis that the kind of pleasure you would get from a work of art is only possible when morality has become simplified. When in his wonderful phrase, he said, when you can boil down the Ramayana to basically saying, be like Ram. That's the ultimate moral message. It doesn't get simpler than that. Now, we all know the Ramayana is much more complicated than that. We all know that even if the Ramayana were not as complicated, we should question that because it is not obvious when somebody is behaving, that any one person is ever truly an exemplar, the right way to behave, etc., etc. Kuntaka knows all this. He's saying that you could take pleasure in the complexification of the Ramayana only if you simplify its moral ambiguity. So that's one reason why we should question the thesis that moral edification and pleasure go together. Because what you're getting is a very simplified picture of morality. And that's the other reason why we should question it. Morality and moral instruction are two different things. It is not obvious, it was not obvious to South Asian philosophers that you could reduce morality to a set of injunctions, unambiguous injunctions. It's not obvious to anybody in the Mahabharata that that would work. And it is not obvious to most of the poets of South Asian literature. It's not even obvious to moral philosophers in South Asia. It wasn't obvious to the Mimamsa, for example, who point out at the beginning of the Mimamsa Sutra that nothing that is concerned with normativity, that which is enjoined on us by a rule, could ever simply be factive, the kind of thing which one either knows or does not know, because it is subject to deliberation. And the knowledge of what one ought to do is the output of a procedure of disagreement, where the disagreement is constitutive of the process of arriving at what one ought to do, and is always revisable. So even morality does not look like instruction. And in any event, I'm not saying that we should think about poetry as moral instruction, nor even moral deliberation. I think that the difficult aesthetic object that I would like to recommend to us, the one that's motivated by Ashwagosha's practice, the one that's motivated by many forms of Buddhist art that reflect in meta-aesthetic ways on what aesthetic success looks like. There is a kind of a fusing of morality and aesthetics, but in a way, in a very particular way that revises both what morality is, as well as what aesthetics can do. We have a too simple view of morality if we believe either that it begins or ends with incitements to action or the discovery of rules, okay? Because ethics might begin not in action, but in ways of seeing or in ways we relate to the world. And it might require a whole new theater of action, not overt action, but mental action, or capacities for attention and cognitive control, as these are drawn on experience. So long before Simone de Beauvoir or Iris Murdoch, Buddhist poets have seen that attention is of ethical salience, and that ethics actually concerns moral phenomenology, to use Jay Garfield's phrase. I know that he has been with you earlier in the conference. This is my tip of the hat to a person from whom I've learned a lot. So Jay Garfield has this idea that ethics can be moral phenomenology, are ways of experiencing our normatively significant, capable of moral assessment and transformation. And this is where Buddhism as an ethical practice and literature intersect in the work of Ashwagosha. Okay, and then the idea is that we have a too simple view of aesthetics if we think that it stops at sensation or the appraisal of beauty alone. Anything involving enacted possibility, meaning, and value in experience can be related to aesthetic discipline. And this is what Ashwagosha brings together. All right, we're almost at the end. I'm going to now lead us into why Ashwagosha fuses aesthetics and morality and the way he does so, and what we can learn from that. And then I'll break for questions. I'm just going to take a quick sip. Right. So the idea of the difficult objects in aesthetics was motivated by the way Ashwagosha, well, it's motivated by Ashwagosha's texts and the literary experiences one can sustain reading them through close, attentive reading, immersed in the details of the text. Sadly, I cannot evoke that for you without going through the text or without experiencing them. We don't have that today. The other way we can get at the texture of what Ashwagosha is after is by listening to what he says in the colophons about his own practice, and that's what I'm going to leave you with today. He actually gives you everything. We're just not everything to characterize the achievement. We're not going to be able to say that he actually succeeded in what he was trying to do without working through the poem. So with apologies for the dryness, there's nothing perhaps worse. There's no crime greater than theorizing something that has the rasa of literature and turning something that experientially rich into dry scholasticism. May I be forgiven for those sins, but I think there's something worth coming out. I mean, there's something conceptually to be gained by attempting to capture what that experience would look like if we were to have it. All right, so Ashwagosha says something really rather remarkable at the conclusion of Beautiful Nanda, the Sound of the Nanda. He tells us that the work is not actually a specimen of kavya. It is written in the guise of kavya, or using kavya as a pretext, kavya vyaja. So the work itself has an ambiguous status. It looks to be a certain kind of thing, to be engaged with a certain way, but it is not that thing. And that's what has motivated my idea of difficult objects. And the meta poem that is Ashwagosha's work is offered to us as a way to solve a problem. Okay, so I'm going to motivate the kind of problem it is by turning to a much later thinker. It's something that Abhinavagupta, in his commentary on Bharata's Natya Shastram, the theory of dramatic arts, says. So we're going to use this as a reconstruction. I'm going to motivate Ashwagosha's way of presenting the problem with a much later idea to show that the relevance of this idea. Okay. So Abhinava says that art itself exists to solve a problem. And the problem is this: how can someone under sway of his own pleasure, someone who rests in his own consciousness, how could you make salient for that person another object? How can you pull their attention out of their own experiential field and have it latch or land on another thing? And Abhinava says it's art that pulls our awareness outside of our own feelings. Art hijacks our attention using the pleasure as a salient mechanism. Okay. Now, for Ashwagosha, if he were to read this, and he did, I think, have ideas that were later to be expressed in the Natya Shastra available to him, this kind of a solution reinforces a problem. The problem is we are creatures for whom pleasure is a part of a mechanism of experiential salience. We tend to have our attention land on things that contribute to our pleasure in experience. Because of our ways of experiencing and our valuing what we do, we are then creatures who are susceptible to attentional capture all the time, not just by art, but by life. We live, in fact, as it were, in an unconsciously aesthetic mode, indifferently open to sensory claims on our attention, no matter their value. The result is that in aesthetic works as well as in life, our attention is held captive by an amoral or morally simplistic model of content. Here's what he says at the end of Beautiful Nanda. Since I saw mankind mainly given over to the pleasures of the objects of senses and averse from freedom, from moksha. So there are things of we could be open to things of genuine value and attentive to them, but we are not. Our situation is this, anthropologically speaking. Pleasure is not merely a motivation to action, but a whole norm for our having experiential content. We are trained by experience and culture even to think of semantic values along the lines of sensory contents. We tend in aesthetic experience and in life to seek out definite, unambiguous, unchallenging varieties of experiences in which to be coupled with as body to word. This is the occasion for Ashvaghosha's work. We can use the word capture. Actually, it's Ashvaghosha's own word, from bud to bind, but it also works given contemporary ways of thinking about attention. The situation that Ashvaghosha is interested in is twofold. It involves, on the one hand, the reduction of complex, value-laden, interpretation-worthy content. What's a good example of interpretation-worthy content? Ask yourself, what should you do in XYZ circumstances? And instead of that kind of complex, value-laden content, we think of objects as signs or as nimittas, as things we can take up in simple models of sensory experience, ready-made, given, unambiguous. Call that value capture. The reduction of complex content to simple, almost today quantifiable, we would say, but in the early days, just in these simple, unambiguous signs, modeled on sensory objects. And two, the capture of our attention by content that has been subject to value capture and more. Call that attention capture. So we have reduced the world to a kind of informational simplicity, and we have allowed ourselves to be drawn to have salient that kind of simplified content. Now, Ashvaghosha wants us to experience the phenomenon of capture. And then he wishes for us to interpret it, that kind of capture, as a variety of unfreedom. And lastly, he wishes to show us how to release our attention from such capture. And this is something, it will feel almost inevitable that I have been motivated in my description of the situation, this anthropological situation, by current contemporary debates about the massive attention capture of human beings by technology. And that is not entirely untrue, but the language with which Ashvaghosha concludes his work is ready-made for such an application, diagnosing attentional capture already in environments that we have built up to promote leisure and pleasure. Works the worlds of urban, cultivated, upper middle class, newly wealthy individuals in city-states, the world of Kama, basically as theorized in the Kama Shastra. That world, long before modern technology, we have been using culture as a form of capture of attention, and that is a problem. Okay, the situation of capture and the phenomenon provides the impetus and constrains the way the work proceeds, the kind of work it has to be. So this is what Ashvaghosha says. This poem, dealing with the subject of freedom or salvation, has been written in the kavya, the literary style, not to further pleasure, but to further the attainment of tranquility, and with the intention of capturing. So it has to be a mechanism of capture that does not have the consequences of capture. That's what really provides the work its particular flavor. For that, I have handled other subjects in it besides salvation, as in accordance with the norms of kavya, kavya dharmena, to make it palatable, as sweet as put into bitter medicine to make it drinkable. So there's going to be a kind of specific experiential taste of the poem, a certain kind of rasa as well, an initial sweetness followed by the bitterness of medicine. And that, to demonstrate that actually is what happens in the work, will require reading the poem very deeply. But the point I'd like to make oh, sorry, forgive me. The point I'd like to make is that in order to have us experience attentional capture and then to be able to use that phenomenon to make us work through it into some new way of having attention requires a certain kind of this complex aesthetic occasion. You have to create the circumstances aesthetically that can get us into a work, have us experience that as a problem, and then have it deconstruct in a certain way the attentional mechanisms on which it relies. And that's partly what makes the necessity and the nature of a difficult object in this case. In Ashwagosha's case, part of what the difficulty is lies in the fact that the form of the work, the appearance of a Sanskrit Mahakavya, a work centered on pleasure, is also the content of the work itself. It has to get us, the work has to appear a certain way and then get us to reflect on the falsity of that appearance or the problems with that appearance. Okay. And that turns out to be part of the solution to the problem of attentional capture as well. A difficult aesthetic object resolves the problem that is the necessity of aesthetic objects that Anandavardhana thought, Abhinavagupta, thought pointed the clue to the nature of an aesthetic object provides. If we need something that can contribute to attention capture in order to bring us out, and yet that kind of an attention will bind us to objects rather than ourselves, it turns out we need a kind of different way of being in the world, and a difficult object becomes part of that solution from the inside. Okay. I'd like to conclude. That was a lot that I put on the table. Full story is going to have to tell us what does that kind of aesthetic engagement make available for us that is distinct from what, say, the aesthete in the street, that the ordinary untutored person subject to attention capture experiences. And then also, that's the important part, the meditating Buddhist who does not resort to aesthetic devices like literature and the kind of attention they have. How do these compare with the kind of attention that literary experience promotes? That will be the subject of the full story. For now, I want you to take away this idea of difficult aesthetic experience. A difficult aesthetic object challenges us not to forget the persons we are and the kinds of judgments we will need to bring to bear on what we ultimately value, what we wish to attend to, and what is worth pursuing, even at the level of micro experiential moments make us up. So it kind of like, it brings us back to ourselves as actors, not overt actors, but agents of attention and experience, and able to sculpt the way in which experience flows. Second, insofar as literary experience becomes a kind of attentive practice, it is explicitly analogized to meditative practice by Ashwagosha. As he says, let the reader understand this and study attentively in it that which leads to tranquility, not which is merely pleasurable, as the residue of gold is taken after it has been separated from metal ore. So that the kind of sifting that we do to sift out gold from ore-borne dust is a long-standing analogy for meditative purification of mind in concentration and insight meditation. And here it's being applied to the reader's ability to sift in a complex aesthetic object and in a world created by the literary experience, to be able to sift through their literary experiences for what promotes the kind of attentional freedom and what does not. And lastly, this kind of textual, it's a kind of labor, actually, is Ashwagosha's phrase. This kind of labor is not the same thing as meditation. And that will actually give us a lot to talk about. One of the proposals I'd like to put before us is, again, this idea that there are many forms of immersive experience that allow us to drop the moral complexity of the world and the moral implications of our being complex objects and not simple ones. Again, competing dispositions, capacities that are not always actualized, and valuations that are not always consistent. We don't always know who we are, what we value, and what we ought to do. And as painful as it can be to be reminded of that, it is a difficult object finds the need to bring and the capacity and the ways to bring that back in the foreground. For example, looking at this image before you, can one view this while doing justice to the integrity, the salience, and the truth in all the perspectives represented before us? Those are the monks, the Buddha's teaching, and those who mourn in all the very different ways, those who can look on the object and those who can. Now imagine telling yourself that this is not just an aesthetic object, but representing one of the most important events in the history of the world, that it matters and that it can matter how we relate to it. And to ask us, how do we feel in such a work? To begin to realize that we ourselves are at stake in the objects with which we relate and engage, and that we are called into question by them, is the beginning of appreciating difficult objects. Thank you very much. I'll pause now for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kachru. We'd like to take 2 questions for the paucity of time.
Shall I? Yeah, please. It is definitely is a very interesting talk. As Agamben said once in a What is Philosophy, the primary opening of man to the world is not the logical, but musical. Musical can be understood in a sense of emotions. And the Professor Sonam is presented. When an image is packed with the complex emotion, it becomes a difficult object. And I pose a challenge to decode it philosophically or aesthetically. When you look at the beauty of the Buddhist poets, he tried to say that it is not just only aesthetics, not just aesthetic pleasure, but it is also, this is the poetry ingrained with the ethics, and this can be extended to the politics. This is the crux of the argument, what I understood. Now, if anybody having any questions, now we can.
Dr. Sonam, congratulations for enlightening us on a quite interesting topic. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
I have 2 related questions. One question is, while engaging with the difficult aesthetic object, what is the source of difficulty? Is it the reader? Is it the object? Or is it the author himself? That is the first question. And the second question is, when you translate a work from the original language, does the difficulty become more compounded? Thank you.
Oh, that's a great question. So I think one, I'd like to answer that with the second question first. I actually think there are certain kinds, translation can introduce certain kinds of difficulties and then elide certain other kinds of difficulties. So in the case of actually Ashwagosha's poetry, because there's a sense in which the surface of the verses are actually very simple Sanskrit, in a sense. There's a sense you need a year or 2 years of Sanskrit to begin reading Ashwagosha. That's at least how we teach it, right? And so there's a way in which you can begin to parse the Sanskrit and make a translation fairly quickly. The problem is, while that does not necessarily introduce semantic difficulties, it conceals the orders of difficulty with which I'm interested in this work by destroying the illusions, by destroying the literary texture, even of the phonetics, where sometimes the argument lies in the verse, because this is poetry, this is not prose. So sometimes I'll give you a very simple example. Sometimes Ashwagosha's verse will have a metrical defect by classical rules. And so it'll look like it's a problematic verse until you realize that the defect is in exactly the place where the meter where a character is thinking about leaving home, and that little metrical flaw announces that they have already made, that the break has already happened before they were aware of it, before other characters are aware of it. And it represents the larger truth of the Buddha on impermanence. This is a very small example that sometimes what looks like a flaw can actually conceal a very deep point. There's no way to translate that. And in concealing that in translation, in simplifying it, we have not allowed ourselves to see where the difficulty lies. To the first question, I think what makes a difficult work, the simplest way to provide a definition of difficulty of the kind I'm interested in is we do not know how to engage it, because even the ways in which the work announces itself to us are misleading. Now, one way we could, you would mention, like, this is a beautiful question, does it lie with the author, the object, or the reader? All three can be involved in these things. And all three are involved in interpretation. Typically, we ask ourselves how we respond to something, how characters in the work are responding, or how the object itself means what it does, or what the author intended. In a very difficult work, we will find ourselves bouncing around all of these three, trying to use them as ways to fix the meaning or the value of the work in question, and not necessarily reaching bedrock with any of these three dimensions of the work. Like, we will constantly be asking, what did the author mean, and not have a way of resolving it, not knowing how we feel on something, so not using ourselves, and even the object, which seems sometimes reliable, or the work of art itself, will provide ambiguous clues sometimes. And Ashwagosha's work has all of these things. It's very hard to know what the author meant, or where his sympathies ultimately lie. Characters themselves are trying to figure out how to make sense of the work, and their experiences in the work. And as I pointed out, at the end, Ashwagosha lets us know that the work itself is not the work we thought it was. It presents as if it's a kind of poem. Imagine a poem that is not actually a poem. It turns out to be something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonam. Now,
thank you so much, Professor Katru. Now I would like to invite Professor Keshav Kumar and Professor Nishant and Professor Stephen to the dais.
I'm so sorry. I didn't catch that.
Thank you very much, Professor Kachru. We had a wonderful talk with you, and we are just moving on to the next session.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our speakers. In this panel, we also have Dr. Professor Harish Navale, who will be joining us later. So I'll just introduce the speakers with us right now. We have the Dean of the Faculty of Philosophy at the JD Institute, Dr. Nishant. He has obtained 2 doctoral degrees in ethics and philosophy from France, and he has been actively pursuing an academic life. He has presented various research papers at national and international conferences. He has authored 2 books and edited 4 books and published various articles in edited books as well. He regularly contributes to political analysis, and he is the founding member of the Jnandeepa Center for Applied Ethics, and he was the chairperson of the PhD program in philosophy at the Jnandeepa. I request Professor Kumar to felicitate Dr. Nishant. I'd like to introduce our speaker, Professor Stephen Gerard. He's the HOD of the Department of Cosmology, and he's also the coordinator of the Master's Program in Philosophy and the director of the JD Center for Science and Religion Studies. He's qualified the NET, he was a JRF from the ICPR, and he has obtained his doctorate from Central University, Hyderabad. He's done his research, part of his research from the Wake Forest University at USA, Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, and he has done his postdoctoral research at the Loringen Institutes in Washington, DC and Boston, and also University of Toronto, Canada. His paper has been awarded by the John Carroll University. He's also been a member of the Syllabus Review Committee of various institutions, and he has been a visiting faculty of several institutions of higher education. We are happy to have you here, sir, and I request Professor Keshav Kumar to felicitate our audience. I now request Professor Stephen to start his address.
Sorry for displacing you. Displacing, okay, as long as it's not misplacing. Okay, good morning, friends. The PPT is getting ready. Reality in Madhyamika Buddhism and quantum physics, a possible platform for science and religion dialogue. The thesis is very simple of my presentation. Understanding of reality by Madhyamika and quantum physics can be seen as a platform to bring science and religion together. On the one hand, reality of Madhyamika, on the other hand, reality of quantum physics, how we can bring together as a platform for science and religion dialogue. So this is a simple aim. That's why the organizers gave me only 15 minutes, because the theme is simple. And Albert Einstein also says, most of the fundamental ideas of science are essentially simple and may, as a rule, be expressed in a language comprehensible to everyone. But remember, Einstein used complex theories and difficult mathematics to show that science is simple. That's also there. Okay, a few points of convergence. Buddhism and quantum physics. On the one hand, Buddhism, everything is impermanent and constantly changing. For quantum physics, impermanent fluid nature or the inherent features of the particles at the quantum level. Theory of dependent origination, everything exists depending on other phenomena for Buddhism. Similarly, subatomic particles cannot exist without mutual influence and interconnectedness. On Buddhism, mind plays a very important role in our understanding of reality, and quantum physics, observer creates reality. Though both follow different methodologies and aims or goal, but both envisage reality as impermanent, interconnected, and elusive. And we are trying to see whether this insight can be a possible platform for science and religion dialogue. And we have heard yesterday from the first speaker, Garfield, and other speakers, research scholars in the afternoon session. They spoke so much on Madhyamika's vision of reality. So we can pass through quickly. Sunyavada of Madhyamika, not denying the reality of the reality as such, it is only reality as we see it. So the reality behind the visible universe is not describable, as it is not available to any of our mental or non-mental tools. Also, we know they avoid extreme total nihilism or total realism or eternalism. And total nihilism avoided because if all is void, then Madhyamika's proposition that all is void is itself void and hence devoid of validity. Our reality cannot be real because everything depends on something else. There is no separate or individual existence in itself. Everything or every event has to depend on something else for its origin and sustenance. That's called dependent origination. Yesterday, Professor C.D. Sebastian also, in one of the queries, he was clarifying everything that you conceive mentally or say verbally is dependent on something else. Therefore, complete reality is not there. However, reality is not unreal either, because if it were unreal, it would not have come to exist in the first place. So reality is neither real nor unreal, nor is it both real and unreal, because that would be a contradiction. Two levels of meanings of sunyata, as we know, at the lower level and the higher level. Lower level, it means unreality of phenomenal world. At the higher world, it means a real reality which is indescribable. Also it means infinite possibilities. So sunyata or voidness is indeterminable, indescribable nature of things. And that's what we find in the quantum physics also, the invisible reality, the wonderful weirdness of the quantum. And that takes us to the next part. Similar struggles we find in quantum physics also. Our reality is beyond our total comprehension. At the subatomic level, our classical ways of understanding don't help us, because the very process of our observation itself affects reality. The macro world and the micro world entirely different, and we cannot apply the same measures and standards in the both world. For example, at the nuclear scale, there's a macroscopic matter. At the crystal level, it's already billionth of a meter. You take 1 meter, divide that into billion times. How many zeros for 1 billion? Many zeros. In a conference, we don't fight. How many zeros? 1 billion? 9 zeros. Now, ninth, that means billionth is already very small. And when you go to atom, atomic nucleus, nucleon, and quarks, it is billionth and billionth of a meter. So it's almost very, very, very small. You can't even imagine. So don't imagine. It's a waste of time. You see, billion, already you divide into 100 crore, that's 1 billion. This is 1 meter. Divide that into 100 crores, that's already very, very, very small. And that small, again, you divide into billionth of time, and that is what? Quark. So at this level, things are entirely different. And quantum physics, it always declares no direct access to reality. It challenges the absoluteness of space and time, measurement, and independence of matter, separation of the observer and the observed. Similarly, non-locality of a particle, because it can behave both as a particle and wave. It's very difficult. This is wave-like, this is particle-like. We understand, but this is difficult to understand, wave and particle. Someone still managed to write, light is a, what is his word? Wave or particle? Wavicle. So we must really appreciate that person who managed to write PAR as W, and this is A, and this is V and E. We can also try in a different way. The basic building blocks of reality, not independent, cannot be determined and cannot be measured. But it appears as a complex web of relations among the various parts of the whole. These relations always include the observer in an essential way. That is why the observer interferes the reality that is observed. Particles' third type of existence, wavicle, are partive. So wave we understand, particle we understand, but this is very difficult to even conceive that idea. Therefore, matter ceases to be material at that subatomic domain. To think of the importance of language, because philosophers, their serious focus on the role of language in shaping thought, understanding, and philosophical inquiry itself. Generally, we say the color of snow is white. We may say dark white, light white, gray. Only these 2 or 3 words are available. But Eskimos have 21 words to describe the color of snow, because they see the different shades of snow in their life experience. So how the thought and the language shapes our thought, it is said. Now, same thing, linguistic turn in science also, in quantum physics especially. That's why it's amazing to see both the ordinary and technical language is inadequate in science, especially in quantum physics, in conceiving, describing, and communicating various aspects of reality. A scientist may conceive that idea, probable, and describe it, okay, but he or she cannot communicate in a very understandable way. And for that, they experience the linguistic struggles. Symbolic, metaphoric expressions are necessary for modern science. We think it's only important for religion, metaphysics or poetry, aesthetics, etc. But science also realizes that metaphors and symbols are very important in the language. Heisenberg, we all know, great quantum physicist, we cannot speak about the atoms in ordinary language. And Karl Popper says, every scientific theory is a metaphor. Of course, my professor said, this statement also should be understood metaphorically, all right? Okay. Yeah, mysteries everywhere. Science is realizing. Usually we think that mysteries only in the domain of science, philosophy, science, religion, religion, metaphysics, and philosophy. Now mysteries are everywhere, and this kind of unusual figure, how we cannot figure out. Similarly, many things we cannot figure out in the quantum world. Why is the universe governed by the laws of physics? And why is this set of laws not anything else? And why is the design in atoms? Why the values of natural constants? And why these particular values for this natural constant, not anything else? It's not working, yeah. Why at all there's a universe, and why is it designed to evolve humans? All these things, mysteries are there. That's why to understand reality is very, very difficult. Okay. Reality is too vast and intricate to comprehend fully by our brains. We can only scratch the surface of reality. That's what Karl Popper says. Science can achieve many things, but science can never take us to the bottom rock of reality. It may take us only to the closer to the truth, not at the truth. The concept of verisimilitude. Only the empirical approach in understanding reality will be incomplete. Suppose science stops its research at a particular point, not because they have reached the bottom. They've reached certain space where they find it strong enough to build further structure. It doesn't mean that they've gone through the bottom. The new argument from design, Fred Hoyle, a famous cosmologist, the universe as we have it now is a put-up job. Put-up job means who put it up? Question mark. Paul Davies, there is a script behind the whole cosmic drama. Who wrote the script? Question mark. Lee Smolin, universe is a result of a choice. Choice implies an agent. Stephen Hawking, the initial conditions of the universe are carefully chosen. Again, choice implies a designer or an agent. James Corey, there is a deeper level of intelligent design. So these are the new ways of looking at the whole reality. And Brian Hines uses an analogy of a snail crawling in a garden. You can see the snail trying to cross the hose water tube here. Now, this snail can never have the full view of the hose, how long it is, or how the width, etc., how much it has spread. No, because it's always can see only that much limited viewpoint. Whereas a person standing 5 or 6 feet tall, we can see the full length of the hose and full view of the garden. So we're like the snails in the whole cosmos. That is why we are struggling to understand reality. Mystical implications of quantum physicists, for example, David Bohm, cosmos is one undivided unity. Max Planck, the father of quantum physics, the inner core of I is beyond the reach of science, but inner core of I, we cannot ignore it in our day-to-day life. And Albert Einstein famously said, the intuitive mind is a sacred gift and the rational mind is faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. Atheists also becoming believers in and through science. If they become believers in and through some revelation, some spiritual experience, okay, understandable. But in and through science, they become believers. For example, Alan Sandage and Charles Towns became a believer through cosmology and astronomy. Francis Collins turned to be a staunch believer due to his researches in genetics and microorganic world. Wilder Smith, life-demanded intelligent designer, he came to this conclusion due to his researches in molecular biology. Alfred North Whitehead, when we considered what religion is for mankind and what science is, it's no exaggeration to say that the future course of history depends upon this generation as to the relations between them, how we are going to integrate these two. And Emerson, the religion that fears science insults God and commits suicide. Very often we say, religion is against science and we should not go deeper or should not give more importance to science and so on, because it will disturb faith, it will even remove faith, but that's not the case. Science may increase comforts and pleasures, but unfortunately, our greed, anger, conceit, envy, that's also increasing. And genuine happiness is not possible. So science may increase the pleasures, but material progress alone is not enough. In contrast, if we possess qualities like contentment and loving kindness, we can enjoy a life of happiness even without great material facilities. That is important. Rajat Kapra, scientists therefore are responsible for their research not only intellectually but also morally. So moral responsibility of the scientists come in. As they have become powerful, they may lead us, to put it in extreme terms, to the Buddha or to the bomb. For instance, Madhyamika's balanced approach is the need of the hour today, because today we tend to live at the extremes, all right, this extreme or that extreme, but a balanced approach is needed. This avoids, Madhyamika's balanced approach avoids dogmatism and extremism. It makes one open to respect the other viewpoints. It makes one humble to learn from the others. And today, if at all the world, especially the world leaders who are influential people, have the humility and openness to learn from one another, to think of in a wider, in a holistic way, many of the wars and violences can be avoided. Today, we know how many wars are going on around. And in this context, the need for the science and religion dialogue, we all agree that we need social transformation. And one of the ways for it is to have SRD, because the one-sided stress upon science or religion, harmful to humanity, it will lead to religious fanaticism or superstitious practices, science ending up without human face, being too rationalistic. All these things are big problem. All right, just now we heard the previous speaker, life is not only logic, it has a music also. But I would say, if you stress only on logic or only on music, it will be a tragic. So we need both, okay? And though SRD will be mutually enriched, through SRD, both will be, science and religion will be mutually enriched, and that in turn would transform humanity. Ambedkar, today's our chairperson, Keshav Kumar, professor, yesterday he mentioned how Dhamma need to be Sad Dhamma. Doctrine to be true doctrine, it must eradicate all kinds of social barriers and discriminations. Those who don't want to remove these discriminations, they are against such a principle of Ambedkar. So focusing only on science or only on religion will make people, focusing only on science or only on religion will never make us wise, but otherwise, then this will be the result, okay? So thank you. I don't want to continue further before the moderator stops me. I'll stop. You know the idea of the sign of a good speaker. The sign of a good speaker is the one who leaves the audience. The speaker leaves the audience before the audience leaves the speaker. So thank you. Over to the moderator. And this picture, I leave it to your interpretation. Whatever you can imagine, you can imagine. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stephen Jayad. As you know, this is the perennial debate between the science and religion, and there are also various ways to defend from both sides, and also contesting from both sides also we used to see. And most often, the people very particularly looking from the religion side, they feel some way we have to be defended from the point of science that we have seen. Even the whole tradition of Indian philosophy from the Vivekananda and Aurobindo to later philosophers also we have seen here also. The first of all, my point is that having the binaries between the science and religion, that is an issue. The way it is the word, initially we used to call it some kind of knowledge. It may be under the garb of religion or some other form might be there. The word science, it may be came later. Or this is a problem is there, but the issue is that now we are taking the issue to extending the reality to the other level. Initial level for us, it is only like the Greek philosophers so speculated is the water, earth, or fire, or something like that. Now it is the debate is went to the other level to understand the science much more rigorous way, the nano level, and also now we extended to the not only nano level. It is the level of the quark also extended, but the issue is the same and all. Even however we reducing to making to such a level, his argument is that it is a reality cannot be real, or it is a matter cease to be material as a subatomic level, or it is the very difficult to capture it, difficult to understand. That is well and good. That is not an issue at all. Very particularly, quantum world is a mysterious world, very difficult and indescribable, indeterminable. That is all right. Even today, we're talking about the not only gene the determination. It is talking in terms of the DNA, but doesn't mean that. But it can be processed, understood in terms of the much more scientific way, the way biological determinism or some other level, or maybe evolutionary process where it is there. But the assumption is that even the making the science as a molecular scientist also taking in the name of that one, there is a taking the argument of the design argument. One has to think about there maybe intelligent designer is there this behind this molecular the biological arrangement. That is an issue. There's two levels one can see that one level one can drag it for conveniently to justify the position of the again like a theology is justifying the we have seen this argument of the design is a long time it is there. And like that justifying the religion in terms of much more science by taking the help of the science it is there. That is one level. And other level, there's a possibility to see the kind of the world understanding a world is much more, it is the scientific way. It is without interfering the mystic element or it is some God particle or some other level also it is there. But however, it is only speculation only. Yes, science may be small, it may be captures very little. If the same thing maybe happened with the language. If I talk about the language, also try to understand little. But it's challenging level. Now it is request you to have now it is open for discussion. Some of you can now we can ask some questions. Yes, please.
Thank you, Father Stephen. Happy to hear once again from you that science always leads to religion. I appreciate your commitment. Well, it's a fashion to drag quantum theory to everything. While talking about Madhyamika and quantum and then mental construction of reality, I think one of the references should have been to Roger Penrose of the quantum theory of consciousness. Do you think you have got something to add to that?
Yes, correct. It's Roger Penrose, could have done limited time. My full paper is there. I think I quoted him there somewhere. All right. And, consciousness, I did not go into that because we can see a lot of parallels. No, I just took very simple, the concept of reality, how quantum physics looks at it, how Madhyamika looks at it, the balanced view, both are struggling. So both cannot claim supremacy over the other, science and religion. So that will help us to have science and religion dialogue. That in turn will help the humanity. So that's my simple aim. Okay, thank you, Thomas, for the comment.
So thank you, Stephen, for bringing quantum and Madhyamika together. I have one clarification and one question. Clarification is you said observer creates reality. So I tend to think instead of observer creating reality, it affects reality. That may be a more sound way of saying. My question is, can you connect quantum entanglement with the Pratitya Samutpada, theory of dependent origination?
The first one, whether reality is created or affected. After affecting, you create a new type of reality. So both are affecting and creating, same in the broader sense. Okay. And Pratitya Samutpada, dependent origin, see the quantum entanglement and all, see non-locality of a particle, we cannot locate a particle. When it affects one side, it affects the other side. So it mutually depending on each other. You cannot isolate, you cannot determine. So that way, it's neither real nor unreal. And it cannot be both real and unreal because it's a contradiction. That's what the dependent origination. So in the quantum physics, everything's looked as in the web of interrelationship. So my point of taking this idea to show that if quantum level things are interconnected, how much more nature, beings, human beings, other creatures are interconnected, how much more we need to focus on that interconnectedness in order to move towards holistic growth. So that was my point. Thank you, Henry. Yeah. Yes, Swami.
Can we say that interconnectedness is a sole reality? Interconnectedness is the sole reality, both in Madhyamika as well as in quantum physics.
Only reality. It may be one of the aspects of reality, because we can never comprehend reality. One aspect of reality in both the traditions is that interconnected. Is it okay?
Thank you.
If Swami is happy, then Mommy is happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Father.
Patrick, this is a third question, hat-trick, I think. No.
Thank you for the connection. I know it's very tough to have a bridge between Buddhism and quantum, because one looks at more from the consciousness point of view, another one from the physical reality. Would you agree that what are at least one or two challenges, like there are the similarities, but what could be the challenges in this dialogue? One.
As you said, the consciousness is more often repeated, the concept of bringing these together, but both consciousness is really very, if one goes on reading about consciousness, one will become unconscious. I'm convinced of that. That's it, maybe conveniently avoided that, because consciousness we hear. In fact, C.D. Sebastian has written 2 papers in this volume, I heard, I'm told. I've not gone through. So the consciousness is a very fashionable topic, as Thomas said, to bring together. But the notion of reality also matters. And your point, the challenges both sides would be, both are incomplete. Both are needs to learn from one another. So that is a challenge, that's a blessing in disguise. So when I realize that I am incomplete, I need to be complemented. Naturally, I'm open, I'm humble. Today we speak about humble theology, humble science, humility science, and philosophical theology. All these things boil around to one topic, one aspect, that we need to collaborate with one another. Neither science nor religion can take the upper hand, so that the humanity can be holistic. Thank you, Patrick. He wants you to conclude the session. Yeah. Is that your question to conclude? Yeah, we'll conclude.
I
Thank
request
you.
Professor Nishan. Nishan. Please.
Yeah, I too have a PPT. So if you would like to watch the PPT, you're welcome to go now. Yeah, displacement is the only reality now. You can get yourself displaced. Yeah. All right. With that note of humor, I would like to greet everyone. Good morning and a warm welcome. My paper is titled, as you see, Sensuousness and Compassion, a non-common common meaning in Hegel and Mahayana Buddhism. It sounds a bit complex, the terms, but I will break down into simple ideas, so it will be easy for you to follow. So what is this paper all about? All right. Yeah. So what I'm doing is, in this paper, I'm going to explore how sensory experiences. Now, sensory experiences would mean seeing, hearing, touching, but also feelings. And shared suffering shape our understanding of the world and our connections with others. So therefore, I intend to compare Hegel's philosophy with Mahayana Buddhism, though on the first glance it may look incomparable. Hegel wrote this Phenomenology of Spirit, where he discusses human consciousness. I'm not going to talk about it. There have been elaborate discussion on that. How it evolves through stages. And then, but it moves from simple sensory experience to a deeper understanding of reality. So I'll be only focusing on, Hegel's work, the idea of sensuousness. Basically, it means a process of sensory experience. The word sensuous in Hegel means the sensory experience itself. Sensuousness is the process. In Mahayana Buddhism, I would like to compare it with the idea of karuna or compassion. Basically, it comes from the fact that we are all interconnected. Now, why I chose Mahayana Buddhism is because it doesn't much focus on individual liberation. Rather, it encourages collective liberation. So the idea of bodhisattva. somebody who can help all beings to get the enlightenment, so that there can be a collective, liberation. I also have a concept called non-common common meaning. It's not very complicated. Basically, what I am doing is I'm attempting to show how both these traditions, that means Hegel on the one hand from the West and Mahayana Buddhism, how they both use sensory experiences and suffering to build communities. But what kind of communities they are? They are not just merely communities that insist on one way of being, some kind of uniformity, but a community that embraces differences and contradiction and respect these differences while fostering unity. And hence the word non-common, common meaning. It is common insofar as it is still a community, but it is non-common unless the common understanding of community as something very monolithic. It's embracing the differences and contradictions. So that is why it is non-common. And of course, it is very relevant today. And I don't need to say why it is relevant, in a world we live in where so much of uniformity is insisted on. Now let us begin with the basic concepts like sensuousness and sensuous. As I told you, sensuousness is a process. It is a process by which our mind engages with all sensory experiences. Now, again, sensory experiences is not just seeing, hearing, touching. It also includes that, like seeing a sunset for that matter, hearing a music, but also the feeling that is accompanied by that. So that is also equally important. So it is not just, seeing or hearing, but also somehow our consciousness makes sense of these experiences, and feeling is part of it. What is, therefore, the role of this sensuousness? It is a moment in the dialectical process for Hegel. Now, we all know what is the dialectical thing. Evolution of ideas through stages of contradiction and resolution. Now, let's take a simple example. Imagine a conversation that happens between two people, their ideas clash. But when they clash, their ideas clash, they can come up with a better idea. So all research, all philosophers, they come up with a better idea precisely because somebody challenged their previous idea. So there's always a clash of ideas that leads to a greater idea or better idea. All right. Now, what is sensuous? It refers to the actual sensory experience, the objects we encounter, but also the emotions that accompany. For example, when I see a snake, the feeling of fear that accompanies it. That's all part of this sensory experience. So the sensuous in that sense, that sensory experience, for Hegel is a raw material. Now, the consciousness works with this raw material. So it is not just a background, but it is also something that actively shapes your consciousness. Now you have this famous example in Hegel, the master-slave dialectic, or the lord and the bondsman, Now that experience is also accompanied, for example, the slave's fear of domination or getting dominated or even death, and the master's sense of power. Now, these are part of the sensory experiences they have. And this is what drives their relationship. And it pushes their consciousness accordingly. The fact that the slave fears death and his consciousness is shaped by that. And the fact that the master feels the power, his consciousness is shaped by that. So in the master-slave dialectic, for example, two people fight for dominance. Obviously, who becomes a slave? The loser becomes a slave because he fears death, which is part of that sensuous experience, while the winner becomes a master because he feels powerful, another sensuous experience. Now, these feelings shape their relationship, the feeling of death, the feeling of power, that shape their relationship, leading to a mutual recognition. And that leads to a community. Now, Hegel doesn't subscribe to a master-slave relationship that should exist, but is merely observing a fact, a phenomenon, and trying to give it as an example. Now, I already have said something about this non-common, common meaning. So Hegel suggests that true community doesn't come from everyone agreeing or being the same. Instead, it comes from embracing the contradictions. And therefore, you create some kind of shared understanding that respect that difference and strangeness. And that is why I call this non-common common meaning. How does this work? Two people have completely different views. For example, somebody looks outside and says, well, that is a trunk of a tree. And somebody looks at and say, no, it is the foot of the elephant. Now, they have a different perception, definitely. But despite the differences, they can form a basic community. Why? They still have a shared act of perception, though the content is different. One looking at that as trunk, another the foot of an elephant, but it is a shared act of perception. Now, in later stages, like in religion, Hegel talks about the death of God. Now, the death of God in Hegel is very different from Nietzsche's death of God, though Nietzsche is indebted to Hegel for that. Now, Hegel is really referring to death of God as the moment of incarnation, because that was anathema. You know, the divine becoming human was anathema. I mean, that really the divine dies in that sense. You know, that's what it means. In other words, it's a moment where people, you know, somehow feel the absence of the absolute divinity, because now he is incarnate, and there is a shared loss in that absolute divinity. Somebody who thinks of God as completely, absolutely away from us, distant, that is a shared loss. Now, therefore, Hegel shows that sensory experiences, whether it is sensuousness or the sensuous, they are not physical, but philosophical. They are philosophical because they help consciousness grow by confronting contradictions. And that leads to a community that thrives on difference and not uniformity. Now let us turn our attention to Karuna in Mahayana Buddhism. Now, Karuna is not just, some feeling sorry for someone. It is something deeper. It's a way of being that connects all beings through this shared suffering. The shared suffering is to be underlined. So compassion is not just an emotion. It is an ontological way of being. It has an ontological meaning because it's what we are. It's about our very existence itself. So Mahayana therefore teaches everything is shunyata. But again, that has been discussed, enormously. It is not just emptiness or nothingness or void in the negative sense of the word. It simply means nothing has an independent, fixed existence. That's the whole idea. So everything is just interconnected. That's where the idea of shared suffering comes. We are all interconnected. Now, it is not very difficult for us to understand. When there is a war in Middle East, it hurts everybody in some way. Now, we can get it very, in terms of economics, it becomes very evident, this idea of shared suffering for us. So everything is interconnected, like a web where every thread affects the others. So compassion arises when you realize there is no real separation between a kind of presupposition that we have that I and the other. In some way, when you see others suffering, the pain is your own pain because we are interconnected. So that is why the role of Bodhisattva is someone who stays in the circle or who chooses to stay in the circle of birth and death. That's called samsara, we know, to help all beings to achieve enlightenment. So he's not aiming for the personal liberation, whereas Theravada Buddhism usually would advocate that, generally. The Bodhisattva goal is collective liberation. That's very Mahayana. And this choice is rooted in compassion. The Bodhisattva embraces others' suffering, seeing it as a way to transform themselves and the world. So you can imagine an analogy that can be often given to a Bodhisattva is like a firefighter. A firefighter takes risk, goes in to help others to be saved. So same thing. Yesterday somebody said the Bodhisattva goes into the Padala, So that's the same idea. Yeah. So the Heart Sutra, a key Mahayana text says, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or mind, no form, smell, sound, taste, touch or phenomena. This means our senses and the things we sense don't exist independently. There is no fixed essence. It is anti-essentialist. But they arise together through interdependence, the famous dependent origination. Compassion comes from this realization. What is that realization? There is no separate identity. There's no separate fixed essence, essential self that doesn't exist. It's only fluid. So that is what it creates, a community based on this shared existence. So if you see everything is interconnected, so helping others becomes natural. It's part of ourselves. And that is why compassion is not only for the enlightened beings. Mahayana teaches that everyone has the potential for compassion. And that is what the 4 vows, all of them should take. I'm not going into the details of that. So in India, it is also practiced in some way. People interpret like dana, for example. Different kind of dana people do, annadana, for example. Or also even in Ambedkarite Buddhism, it takes a different form. Compassion takes on a form to fight social injustice against oppression. So that is the philosophical foundation. I mean, when Ambedkar chooses Buddhism, and he has this as the foundation. So the Karuna becomes the foundation to fight the social injustice against caste oppression. All right. Now a word about the shared suffering or the shared pathos. That's what basically we are taking from Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism. Hegel also has this idea, the shared pathos. In Hegel's revealed religion stage, it describes painful feeling of the unhappy consciousness that God is dead. Now, basically, I explained to you what it means. Now, this is leading to some kind of shared loss, a shared pathos, a shared suffering. But it creates a community where the divine becomes human. And the humans connect through this shared experience. The Bodhisattva chooses to stay in samsara to share in others' suffering. So again, the shared pathos, helping them achieve liberation. Now, this act of compassion creates a community of interconnected beings who transform suffering into spiritual growth. In Hegel, it is that interconnectedness is also going into the level of the divine, whereas here it is not, in Mahayana Buddhism. Though they have a sense of idea of God, by the way, compared to Theravada Buddhism. Both traditions see suffering as a transformative force. For Hegel, it is a dialectic clash of opposites that creates community. For Mahayana, it is the Bodhisattva's compassionate embrace of suffering that unites all beings. So the non-common common meaning is about creating community through differences. Both are attempting to create community through differences. In the master-slave dialectic, the master and slave are opposites, but their shared struggle creates a community. Also in religion, the shared feeling of God's death unites people despite their differences. In Mahayana, compassion creates a community by embracing all beings in their diversity. The doctrine of shunyata. There's no fixed self or no fixed other. So compassion unites everyone through their shared existence, not by making necessarily the other the same. Both traditions suggest the true community doesn't erase differences, but uses them to create a deeper unity. Hegel's dialectic resolves contradictions to form a shared meaning, while Mahayana's compassion transcends self and other divisions to foster interconnectedness. Finally, what we arrive at, what happened? No, this is down to their other slide. What I want to arrive at is a phenomenology of compassion. So therefore, this paper comes up with an idea of phenomenology of compassion. This is the way of studying, This is the way of studying how sensory experience and suffering can lead to spiritual and social transformation, combining Hegel and Mahayana insights. So I try to create a framework that looks at how sensory experiences, including seeing, feeling, suffering, becomes the basis for building compassionate communities. It uses Hegel's dialectic method for resolving contradictions, not necessarily to bring about a uniformity, but resolving contradictions despite difference. And Mahayana's compassion, embracing suffering to understand how we connect with others. How does it work? Both traditions begin with sensory experiences, Hegel's sensuous objects, and Mahayana's sensory world of suffering. In Hegel, contradiction pushes consciousness forward. In Mahayana, shunyata, negates a self-sufficient or a fixed self, opening the way for compassion. Both lead to a non-common common meaning, where differences between the self and other, human and divine, create a community through shared suffering or pathos. Now, I think this framework is very helpful to understand how to build communities Therefore, I come to the conference theme of Buddhist philosophy and praxis, how it's practical in a diverse, challenging context. For example, it could guide social justice movements like Ambedkar's Buddhism or interfaith dialogue by showing how shared suffering can unite people without erasing their differences. Oftentimes, dialogue should begin with this phenomenon on one's own experience, not with dogma or doctrine. Nothing will reach there. So in India, for example, where we have different religions, this phenomenology could inspire dialogue between different religions, cultures, focusing on shared human experience like suffering. So in my opinion, what I have attended is not merely an academic exercise. I attempt to bridge a Western, in the person of Hegel, and the Eastern Mahayana thought, try to bridge, showing how both address universal questions about meaning, community, and transformation. And these ideas can inspire ethical actions like community service or social reform, and that's what Ambedkar tried to do. And to conclude, this paper shows how Hegel's phenomenology of spirit and Mahayana Buddhism both use sensory experiences and suffering to create communities that thrive on difference. Hegel's concepts of sensuousness and the sensuous show how consciousness grows through contradiction, leading to a non-common common meaning. Mahayana's compassion, rooted in shunyata and interdependence, unites beings through shared suffering. So the proposed phenomenology of compassion combines these insights, offering a way to study and practice community building in a world which is not only diverse, but oftentimes it is also in conflict. Now, I would like you to think about how your own experience of difference or suffering connect you to others. How can embracing these moments lead to stronger communities? How might you apply the phenomenology of compassion to modern challenges like social justice or interfaith dialogue? Thank you.
No, thank you, Professor Nishan. Generally, people very often compare Hegel with Sankara on a metaphysical point of view, where it is spirit and Brahman. Very, very interestingly, Professor Nishan's speech is very passionate and very particularly connecting to the idea of the compassion. On ethical level, he tried to connect the both Hegel and Buddha, Bodhisattva, Buddha. There he tried to make a commonality between both of these thinkers is that the faith for Hegel, after talking about the master and slave reality, and the true community comes from the emerging from the contradiction, that is a dialectic way of understanding the world. And for for Buddha, it is fostering community through generosity and fighting social injustice. He tried to look at not only just it is only their philosophical ideas, how connecting to the community and also reality and how to overcome that kind of problems of suffering and all. That's why he identified the commonality between these both the thinkers, that creating the community through the differences. In other way, it is also the sharing the suffering and also how to overcome the suffering and also through the passionate interconnectedness, dialogue, or through the empathy. Other way, it is a compassion and all. Really, it is a wonderful talk. We'll take one or two questions since the time is very less. After that, we'll go to the next speaker, Harish Navle.
Professor Nishan, thank you very much for this very tough, but the common background of suffering, which makes the shared platform for building up community. I just want to ask you, there is also a methodological problem with Hegel and taking in Buddhism, because when Hegel looks at the whole phenomenology of spirit, it is a teleological viewpoint where the suffering has a meaning in the entirety of the spirit, which is manifesting. While as in Buddhism, suffering is just there. There is no teleology. So do you think there is also a irreconcilable methodology in this?
Okay, I think it's both ways. Even in Hegel, suffering may not be having a teleology, because suffering is what the experience, we start with, which helps our consciousness to move forward. But at the end, there is a end goal. I mean, the whole of consciousness, moving forward has an end goal, not suffering in itself. So also in Mahayana Buddhism, I don't think suffering has a teleology, but Mahayana also has a teleology, not based on suffering, but at the end of the day, it's a collective liberation. So the cessation to suffering is there. That's a collective liberation. So there is a sense of teleology not directly related to suffering in both cases. So therefore, there may not be much of a methodological problem, except the fact that one is, starting from the fact of suffering. Sarvam dukkam, and the other is the starting point is not sarvam dukkam. So, but suffering is part of your sensuousness.
Dr. Nishan, I'm not a here. Yeah. I'm not any kind of an expert in philosophy, but what I found very interesting about your presentation was that you started with the sensuous, right, as the starting point of this inquiry. I was curious to know about how you think this kind of thinking about sensuousness as the start of suffering compares with other philosophies that are more hedonistic in nature, like the Epicureans, or even for that matter, people the empiricists, for example, which think of senses as, and what can be perceived as senses as sort of the ultimate. So just wondered what you think about that connection.
I'm very happy about the question because this is something that I used to think a lot about. But in Hegel, the starting point is not suffering. Sensuousness is not only about suffering. It also includes that. Okay, any feeling it could be. It could be also happy feeling, though not an issue. But I always used to wonder, but Buddhism, suffering is the starting point. So I always asked why happiness cannot be a starting point. Why happiness along with suffering is not a starting point. I don't have an insider view of Buddhism. I only have a scholarly reading of Buddhist thing. But some insiders would say, because though happiness is part of life, it is a suffering that makes us long for a liberation. So the whole point of that is cessation of suffering is important. Therefore, it creates a way, a path for ethics, the Four Noble Truths, and so on. So that is why the focus is on suffering. But still, one can think, when you think philosophically, why limit only to your experience of suffering while your experience is multiple? I agree with you on that.
Thank you for that presentation. Starting from philosophy to praxis, thank you so much. Now, my question is about the viability of the community that you are suggesting in both Hegel and Mahayana Buddhism. Now, in Hegel, as you suggested, that the community depends on the non-evaluative acceptance of a community between the master and the slave. And in Mahayana Buddhism, you said there is a kind of a shared suffering. Now, how do we, in this world, in the world, as you said, a world of conflict, how do you find a shared suffering? Now, it's very difficult for an Iranian to see another Israelite, to see a person who shares in suffering. You would always see him as a person who caused him the suffering. The same case with the conflict. That's why the conflict is there. So my question is about the viability of the community that you're proposing through Hegel's sensuousness and Mahayana Buddhism. Yeah.
Probably I miscommunicated something. Though there is a conflict, it doesn't mean it is an acceptance of that. Because that has to be resolved. The conflict has to be resolved. That is why it's a healthy conflict in some way, Hegel would say. Because tomorrow, whoever is slave today, he can become better than the master tomorrow. That is still possible. Because the conflict is maintained. But he is only showing it as a phenomenon. He is not making any value judgment. He is not saying it should be the case, but this is how it works. Now, it can very well be the case between Israeli and Iranians. As long as one doesn't respond to the other in conflict, things can be a kind of hidden, passive way of accepting whoever is dominating. Now, the moment you retaliate in some way, you are going to come to negotiate on the table. So definitely that would create a better community. Now, it might go through a lot of suffering, and that is bound to happen. But that is part of the process which you and I will have to face. So it is not an acceptance of that conflict at all. It's not simply accepting the slave as slave and master as master. No, not at all. That would be misleading of Hegel.
Okay, I'll just articulate the question. There's no much time. See, in creating communities of harmonious difference, should one go beyond sensuousness to exercise karuna?
Yeah, in some way, you can't remain in the sensuousness, right? Because that's only the starting point. But then you have to move forward. Otherwise it will become merely remaining at that level. Then you can't have that real compassion, isn't it? So, yeah.
I'd like to introduce the final speaker of the session, Professor Harish Nawale. He's the professor and head of department of SPPU. He's also the director of Board of Extramural Studies and Senior Citizens Help Center. He's in charge head of the Department of Sociology. He's the chairman of Board of Studies and a member of the Academic Council. He's also the member of Board of Studies in various colleges in Mumbai as well as in Pune. He's the editor of the Indian Philosophical Quarterly, and he's here for, he's been supervising 8 PhDs who have completed and 6 ongoing PhDs. He's presented several research paper and published a lot of them. We are very happy to have you here, sir. And I request the chairperson to felicitate Professor Harish Nawale. Over to you. Yeah, comfortably.
Good morning, everyone. I'm extremely sorry that I could not reach on time because, as you know, today is International Yoga Day. So the celebration was going on in the Pune University campus. So I was handling some responsibility. I could not come on the time, but since this is a very important topic and very important event because Professor Gita Ramana's Memorial Research Scholar Forum is co-organizer of this seminar, and we are, trying to remember and offering the service to Professor Ramana. I remember that I once visited Bombay University when Professor Ramana was heading the department, and I presented, and I really enjoyed that seminar. Presented a paper on Sant Jnaneshwara's denial of epistemology. I still remember that. She was really a kind-hearted woman. Like in Marathi, we say that "Jo avade sarvanna tochi avade devala." That means who likes everyone likes whom, that is liked by God. So, I also thank in advance that this organizing committee has given me chance to present my thoughts on Dr. Ambedkar. Let us start. I have a presentation prepared in the PPT form. So before wasting any further time, so philosophy of religion. So I'll be starting with, so my presentation is divided into 3 parts. First, philosophy of religion, then his Ambedkar's conversion, the idea behind the conversion, and his own exposition on Buddhism. Most of the points have been touched upon by today's chairperson. Yesterday I was listening his presentation online. I might be reading just footnotes of what he presented yesterday. So 2 stumbling blocks are there according to Ambedkar. In doing philosophy of religion. Nature of religion itself, he says, is very dynamic, and antagonism between philosophy and theology. He feels that philosophy and theology are not parallel to each other exactly, but there is some antagonism. Theologian, and he gives this popular quote in his philosophy of Hinduism. Theologians think that philosopher is the blind man finding black cat in a dark room, which is not there in that room. In reply, philosophy accuses theologian, saying that theologian is like blind man in dark room looking for black cat, which was not there, but declared to have found there. Anyway, I'm rushing in the first part of my presentation. I'll be rushing because most of the things have been touched upon by other scholars. Philosophy has synoptic view of the thing. Ambedkar says that he's trying to understand what philosophy is and how we can understand the philosophy. So he has subscribed to the definition. He has taken this for the discussion that philosophy is always understood as a synoptic view of the thing, but he doesn't subscribe to this type of definition of the philosophy, because for having a synoptic view, you need to have essentialist view and you need to have substantialist view, whereas the entire Ambedkar's point of view was anti-substantialist and anti-essentialist. So Ambedkar was he clearly says that I am using philosophy of religion to so why synoptic view? The synopsis is the only real thing which revealed never by sense experience, which will never be a part of experience. Secondly, it strongly implies that change is unreal, reality is those essential ideas which exist independently. This leads to substantialism and essentialism. And implication of this view, view goes to the extent of accepting the existence of eternal and omniscient soul. This is actually a philosophical doctrine in Plato's theory of form or a doctrine of ideas. Ambedkar rejects this sense of the term philosophy. He takes anti-essentialist stand. So according to him, he'll be using philosophy in its original sense. What does it mean by original sense? It is twofold. One is descriptive and another is normative. Descriptive philosophy means teaching as it did when people spoke of philosophy of Socrates or philosophy of Plato. So in short, it is a doctrine or it is thought or teaching of a particular thinker. Following this, the teaching of a particular religion comes under descriptive sense of philosophy of religion. In short, when one is trying to understand or explain the nature of a particular thing, phenomena, event, or content, then that is to be called philosophy with descriptive sense or descriptive sense of philosophy. He says that philosophy should be done with the normative sense. Doing critical evaluation of those teaching is one of the important aspects of normative sense of philosophy. He does not say that one should follow the faith and surrender his rationality so far as the religious teaching are concerned. Ambedkar believes in two aspects of the normative sense of philosophy. One is use of critical vision for reading those doctrines and teachings of religion. Second is passing judgment on those teachings after use of critical vision. Ambedkar wants to make philosophy of religion normative science in this specific sense. Therefore, he said, insofar as it involves the use of critical reason for passing judgment to those teaching, the philosophy of religion becomes normative science. So this was his idea of philosophy of religion. This provides the setting or background on which, in the backdrop of which he tries to develop his idea of Buddhism. So implication of this is that this type of methodology gave big jolt to the earlier methodological aspects, practices in the area of religion. It is a verbal testimony on the basis of which the entire edifice of knowledge, at least in Indian religion, the domain of religion is founded. Ambedkar did not ignore with the words of seers and enlightened, but what he rejects is the blind acceptance of even the words of seers and enlightened one. He advocates for checking all religious doctrine on the basis of rationality. So we can say that he is not denying idea of religion, but he is denying the way religion is followed. Ambedkar's method of philosophy of religion is based upon rationalism and skepticism. His skepticism is not radical in nature, leading to the nihilism. He is quite positive and constructive about it. So a dimension, what are the dimensions of philosophy of religion? He has enumerated, like religion as a concept itself is the first dimension, he says. I'm using the word religion to mean theology. According to natural theology, God is the author of the nature, controller of the nature, and governor of morality. As a result, religion means the institution propounding of an ideal scheme of divine governance, the aim and objective of which is to make social order in which men live a moral order. In short, religion is an institution which is the source of social order. And he quotes later in many places also, like in Sanskrit, it is called Dharayati iti dharmaha, the one that upholds the society is religion. He subscribes to that view, but he says that what type of rules and regulations we'll be using for upholding the society, that is more important. Second dimension of the philosophy of religion is to know the ideal scheme for which a religion stands. Religion is a dynamic concept according to Ambedkar. It is not static one. And therefore he says that the synoptic view, which presupposes the staticity, is not applicable here. Philosophy has a synoptic view, because if the religion is a dynamic, and we cannot then subscribe to the earlier notion of philosophy, it is not static one. How do then philosophy of religion is the vital issue? He assumes that philosophy of something can be of the static thing. Therefore, there won't be philosophy of religion in general applicable to all religion or encompassing all religions. Each religion has its own philosophy, so we can have philosophy of religion. Third dimension of philosophy of religion is the criterion to be adopted for religion, the values of ideal scheme of divine governance for which a given religion stands. This third dimension of philosophy of religion consists of trial. According Ambedkar believes that the religion must be put on trial, and he did that. He practiced this. So it's a, what trial is it? A rational trial, your empirical trial, whether it suits to your rationality or not. You have to decide. Then he talks about the revolution, but will not go through all those details, because this is the some of the points which he covers in his text Philosophy of Religion. So what he says ultimately, going through all revolution and science, Copernican revolution freed astronomy, the Darwinian revolution freed biology and geology from the domination of religion. He says that the domain of knowledge are under the domination of religion as far as his survey of Indian religions are concerned. But recently he says that because of these revolutions, the certain body of knowledge is freed. Medicine is not freed, because the birth control, abortion, sterilization are still influenced by theological dogmas. You are better people to think than critically develop the ideas out of it. Psychology has also not completely freed. This scientific discoveries brought radical changes in religious authorities. This is identified as revolution by Ambedkar. So what type of, actually, these above examples are examples of scientific revolution, okay? But Ambedkar calls them religious revolution. Revolution is just another name for radical shift. This shift is a shift from religion or shift against the religion. Religious revolution for Ambedkar is the revolution which shocked and challenged the religion. Generally, we call scientific revolution to denote actually new big development of science. But religious revolution is not development in the religion, but it is development against the religion in a way. It has established freedom of thought. So these are the stages of revolution he talks about. Let us not go through them. Then he talks about, I think our chairman has already talked about it yesterday. Between antiquity and modern society also will skip. Existence of various antique society believed existence of various gods. Each group has its own god. God in unique society was an exclusive god. God its own community had become the chosen community of the god. As a result, antique society never came to conceive that God could be universal God. Therefore, antique society could never conceive that there was any such thing as of difference. God was considered father of his people in antique society, that deemed to be physical. God in antique society was like man. The necessity of knowledge from antique point of view, the question what the gods are in themselves is not a religious but a speculative one. What is the requisite of religion is a practical acquaintance with the rules on which deity acts, in which worshippers' behavior is expected. So place of belief in antique it had important, modern it does not. Physical well-being is considered a blessing of God. Modern society has renounced that. There are two types of the revolution he talks about, but we'll skip that also because we want to see what how he looks at the Buddhism. Now, these are the two very important principles. He arrives as a conclusion out of his, very thorough survey, anthropological survey of the development of religion and society. He was a really very good anthropologist because his first, presentation or first paper, which he presented in Columbia University about the caste in India, is really a genuine anthropological exposition, and nobody has developed it later on. But what he says at the end of this entire survey is that antique society is holistic and follows the principle of utility. He is going to use it later on. Modern society is individualistic and follows the principle of justice. So utility and justice, you might have heard, while dealing with the Mill's ethics. This revolution shifts of the norms of the religion and society as well. This shift, the most radical and important one according to Ambedkar. So obtained utility and justice from historical analysis. This is how Ambedkar evolves to principles out of his historical-philosophical analysis of religion. The discovery of these two principles is the most remarkable in the philosophy of Ambedkar. These two principles are found or derived from Ambedkar's thoughts on religion and Dhamma. This is actually two meta-ethical principles, I say, of his thought, because those principles work as criterion of good and bad in general and in case of morality also, because we always believe that equality, fraternity, and liberty are this trinity, these three principles of morality are advocated always by Ambedkar, but the foundation of that trinity is justice and utility. Equality, liberty, and fraternity are rooted in these two criteria. Therefore, those two criteria are meta-ethical principles. Due to common essence, the men are entitled the same fundamental rights. Due to the same reason, all men and women are having equal liberty. These are the foundation of moral orders. These are included into the idea of justice. In short, justice is another name for liberty, equality, and fraternity. So this is the entire, rationalistic basis for his entire dealing with the Hinduism as well as dealing with the Buddhism. The sentiments of fraternity is natural according to Ambedkar, but in order to nurture the sentiment, there should be significant atmosphere to nurture it. Ambedkar explains that atmosphere, he says, it won't be maintained in society just by preaching God, that God created all, because he has objected vehemently on this principle that God has created everyone. He said, I reject that, because unless, like our chairman was telling yesterday, that social endosmosis is very important, social relationship is very important, which has to be developed and, inculcated by all the individuals. Therefore, we are the children of the God has created, and therefore we are the children of God. And he says these arguments are useless unless we imbibe the moral principles. The roots of fraternity comes from the existential condition. Ambedkar cuts off the divine and the transcendental argument for proving meta-ethical principle. He tries to humanize the principle of morality. He tries to situate morality into existential condition of human being, because right from beginning he has observed that religion, that Hinduism always tends to talk big principles, but the ground, it is never executed on the ground. Then he starts criticism of Hinduism, and we know, how he and to what extent he criticized the Hinduism. I'll skip that part. So yeah, Ambedkar wants to differentiate between ethics and duties. Otherwise, he says that the Manusmriti is the book of ethics. Manusmriti is the book of law. Religion and ethics rolled into one. It is ethics because it deals with the duties of men. It is religion because it deals with the caste, which is the soul of Hinduism. And it is law because it prescribes the penalties for breach of duty. Ambedkar says that there should be a distinction between all these. You cannot put all these three things into one, and that's the precise problem with the Manusmriti according to him. In Buddha or Karl Marx, he shows his opinion that religion is necessary to the society, but he is not ready to accept that all religions are worthy of prescriptions. The religion which is relations to the facts of life deals, according to Ambedkar, man and morality has to be the center of the religion. Ambedkar agrees with the Buddha that the world is full of misery and unhappiness. He considers misconduct of doer is the cause of misery and unhappiness. So his idea of morality also we are well versed with. I'll skip that point. What way emancipation? Mukti kon pathe, that is translated in Marathi. So he says that in what way we should go for emancipation. 31st May 1936, a big gathering was summoned where Ambedkar expressed his vision about the conversion. Now let us move towards the conversion. We have seen his idea of the morality and his criticism of Hinduism. Now how he, go ahead with his own ideas, with the same principles, with the same criterion. He knows the conversion is not the child's play, neither an act of entertainment. Conversion deals with how to make man's life successful. That's what he said. These are his words, not mine. He presents two aspects of conversion. One is a material and second is a spiritual aspect. Material aspect, he says that the depressed classes are abandoned from school, education, food, clothes, utensils, and suppressed permanently under Hindu religion. He says that the root of all this tyranny is traditional religion. This is what he diagnosed the disease. So long as you are in the religion, you will be at the lowest rung of the ladder. Self-respect and equality is for what we have to go for conversion. Getting rid of defeatism and pessimism, we need manpower, wealth, mental strength. These are some of the material reasons behind the conversion. Spiritual aspects of conversion, he says. Now we have a very different idea of spiritualism, traditional idea of spiritualism, but his idea of spiritualism is very this worldly. Ambedkar says he accepts the definition of religion given by foremost leader of Sanatani. He makes this statement in that article, Mr. Tilak, Lokmanya Tilak, who belongs from Pune only, and he says that Dharayati iti dharmaha, like that which governs people is religion. But this is a very figurative definition. Ambedkar says that what are those rules is the main question which are governing the society. Ambedkar says that though I accept this definition, but it does not disclose and clarify the nature of rules that govern the society. This question is more important than the definition. He says that I accept this definition. I don't have any problem with that. I'm going ahead with this definition only. But then what rules are you talking about? Okay, I'll skip some point. So he, went for the conversion. So he had options of conversion in Christianity and Islam and Sikhism. But about the Christianity, he says that the Christian religion, in his speech in Solapur, 1st January 1938, Reverend Gangadhar Jadhav was also present there as the president of that gathering. Ambedkar wants a religion which will guide how to behave with one another in the light of equality, fraternity, and liberty. In Christianity, he believes, he said, in southern India, observed caste system in churches, besides they lag behind politically. Moreover, the Indian Christian, he remarked, as a community, never fought for the removal of the social justice. It was his idea of that time. But, like Christopher Quinn, in his Engaged Buddhism, that he has come up with a couple of examples which are representing the similar, social liberation attempts made within the Christian religion. He mentions that the American liberation theology started around 1970. James Cone, a black theology of liberation, Gustav, a theology of liberation, specifically talks about the justice and social liberation. These attempts were parallel to Ambedkar's one, which were leading to the idea of social emancipation with the help of religion. So now come to the Buddhism. Now he has, you must be aware of the fact that he has reinterpreted Buddhism. He has, totally deviated from the traditional understanding of the Buddhism. Now, I'll not go through the details of what he has, how he has deviated. Like, for example, biographical features of Gautama is, have been changed. Then his notion of karma is also changed. The Buddhist notion of rebirth is also differently adopted by Ambedkar. And his reinterpretation of Buddhism is based upon reason and science. All the doctrines he has, accepted, but accepted in a totally new, modern, and scientific way and rational way. So I'll skip that entire discussion on his. So Gail Ahmed says that Ambedkar has tried to ethicize Buddhism, but I contradict with her. And it is not ethicization of the Buddhism of karma theory, but it is rather scientificization and modernization of Buddhism, which Ambedkar did. So I have quoted here Gail Ahmed's entire interpretation. Then he has reinterpreted dukkha also. Dukkha earlier in Buddhism was considered as natural, naturally emerging in your life. But Ambedkar says that if those dukkhas are coming naturally in my life, then how can I remove it? Those are coming from, artificially from the social conflict. dukkhas are coming in my life, I can remove those dukkhas. There is a path of removal of those dukkhas. If those are natural, then those might be permanent. Then he talks about the Dhamma and Adhamma. Yesterday also we had a discussion on it in this seminar. Then he has a different understanding of nirvana also. So he has totally modernized. The way Ambedkar is trying to put the Buddhism, it is called Navayana, you know. So he has reinterpreted rebirth and karma also. Now, what Christopher Quinn is saying, that Ambedkar is kind of a postmodern theologian, but that is also not, you know, really acceptable as such, because for the postmodern, he is saying that, you know, like Hinduism was a meta-narrative in India, and Ambedkar has deviated from that meta-narrative and, in a way, deconstructed the meta-narrative and developed his own Navayana. But, you know, in postmodernism, many things are coming, and Ambedkar would never accept the postmodernism because he was true modernist. He wanted modern values to establish in India. He wanted India modernized. He was definitely taken birth in a pre-modern period. He has learned a lot throughout his career, but then he became a modern, you know, philosopher, we can say. So that is entire argumentation, Christopher Quinn, and to which I am contradicting. Now, a very important, Christopher Quinn's another interpretation of Ambedkar is that hermeneutics of liberation. Definitely, Ambedkar, entire attempt of Ambedkar, whether those are action or praxis or, you know, theory, both the things can be interpreted as hermeneutics of the liberation. We can accept that. It's a very important, you know, understanding of it. Then recently, Scott Strout, who is also a very important scholar, he has published a book on evolution of pragmatism in India, and he started understanding Ambedkar from the pragmatist point of view, because we always know that John Dewey was a teacher of Ambedkar in Columbia University, and there he got exposed to the idea of pragmatism, idea of morality, idea of democracy also, social democracy also was, you know, very much developed by John Dewey. And Scott Stroud is trying to show that how the Navayana is a Navayana pragmatism, or pragmatic Navayana. The Ambedkar Buddhism is a kind of pragmatic Navayana, and, you know, hermeneutics understanding and pragmatic understanding can be interpretative understanding, not really touching upon the principles or argumentation of Ambedkar. The very important scholar, which I must come and that, you know, on, and then I was skipping for that purpose only, Professor Pradeep Gupta, who has been my teacher, who was a professor in the Department of Philosophy, Savitribai Phule Pune University. Perhaps for the first time, he started arguing, like yesterday, Archana Malik Madam was asking the question that why can't we accept Ambedkar as a philosopher? But definitely, Pradeep Gupta in 2008, in his edited book, tried to argue that Ambedkar was a philosopher. From a different perspective, he tried to argue about that. And there is still debate going on whether he's a philosopher or not. But I don't think that it hardly matters whether someone is a philosopher or not. His thoughts are very important. And why we want Ambedkar to be a philosopher, that is also a question. So what? If he's not philosopher, then what? His entire revolution is much, much better and greater and, influential and impactful than any other philosopher. So Pradeep Gokhale tried that, and Gokhale is in his recent Marathi publication, Dharmate Dhamma, state that Ambedkar is in some sense similar to the traditional Buddhist scholar who tried to focus on social liberation of man. But he states that Ambedkar differs on one aspect, that Ambedkar is the first modern and then Buddhist. He also accepts that Ambedkar is a modern. I also agree with that argument. Therefore, modern values play the role of criterion of selecting Buddhism as a pathway. That is what he says. And those values also played roles of interpreting the construction of Buddhism. Ambedkar makes the problem of caste central to his construction, unlike others, because he has also given the examples. Gokhale has given the examples of other Buddhist scholars who have dealt with the Buddhism. Ambedkar's perception of Buddhism is materialistic and this worldly. Therefore, however, Gokhale feels that the Buddha and his Dhamma is an incomplete project. He is expecting much more than that. Gokhale is expecting much more than that. Though this has served the purpose, but Gokhale says that from a larger academic as well as social point of view, we have to treat the text as a product of an incomplete project. There was rational, secular, moral, and egalitarian Buddhism, which attracted Ambedkar. According to Ambedkar, Buddhism has strong social message. He says that, I'm coming to conclusion. Sure. So shall I stop right here? Shall I read this? Yeah. Okay. Ambedkar could see the lacunas in the modernity because modernity has already shown its all horrors. In a way, he tried to overcome or fill up those lacunas by message of Buddha. Ambedkar rather tries to fill up gaps of modernity by the doctrine of Dharma. Ambedkar wanted the modernity to be continued. He does not wish to initiate the postmodern mood in India, at least. He rather works on the limitation of modernity. It can be a Buddhist answer to the problem of modernity, but he does not make any replacement. He supplements the modernity. He does not want to do away with the modernity. There are a couple of other slides, but I'll stop here because that suffices my entire purpose. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Harish Navale, for very elaborate discussion on philosophy of religion of Ambedkar's this one, and also establishing Ambedkar as a radical philosopher and also modernist of the very full-fledged modernist, where Habermas tried to talk about modernity is incomplete project. There, the completeness can be seen in the Ambedkar. Now, we'll take only one question, one or two, maximum that too from the students. After that, we'll close this session. Please.
Good morning to all. I have a simple question. Dr. Ambedkar has taken or he has looked at philosophy from the practical point of view. Same thing I can see in the life or philosophy of Swami Vivekananda. Whereas he also talks about something called universal religion, and he wants to apply it all, where instead of uniformity, he talks about he wants to accept everyone, inculcate all the good things, and more of a new outlook and equality. So do you see more than all these aspects in the philosophy of Ambedkar or in his teachings?
Feeling that they have taken up different boats, like Swami Vivekananda is taking Vedanta, practical Vedanta a little ahead. And if you read critically Ambedkar, then he does not have very strong views against Vedanta. He somewhere says that, this Vedanta or Upanishad talks big things about the Salvam Kharbidam Brahman, we are all Brahman and all that, but they don't practice. So he doesn't have any problem with the Vedanta philosophy, perhaps, but he has a problem with the execution of those principles. In the execution, he said the Hinduism failed because there is a lot of discrimination and all that. But I don't think that whether Ambedkar would have accepted everything that has been advocated by Swami Vivekananda. I don't see any dialogue between both of them. Otherwise, it would have been illuminating for us. But there are points as far as the overall well-being is concerned, and as far as the well-being of humanity is concerned, they are definitely, both are modernist and they are definitely subscribing to the modern principles.
Thank you all for patiently listening to all the lectures, but all the lectures are very insightful. You might have observed that different dimensions, they understood the not Buddhism on one comparative level and religious level and also scientific and other ethical point of view, various level. I hope you all benefited by these lectures. And one small thing is that since most of you are engaged with the religion or theology, Ambedkar's philosophy of religion very is important text. It is one should read, not just because of passion for Ambedkar. He tried to provide the methodology for the philosophy of religion, how to understand origin and the growth of religion, importance of. Thank you all for this.
I take this opportunity to thank all of our speakers and the chairperson for this session. We'll now take a 10-minute break. We'll be coming back at 11:05 and we'll start there will be parallel sessions. So one session is going to be here and one at the upper floor, right? So I hope to see you also. Thank you.
Hello, mic check.
Why is it off? Sound?
Why do you put it on when? Hello, hello. We request everybody to come back to the halls. We have two parallel sessions. One in the Neuner Hall here and one above in the Clausen Hall. So request some of you to go up so that we have a good number represented in each of the halls. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome once again for this second day, second session that we begin. Now, in this session, we have paper presentations by faculty and other scholars. So this session will be chaired by Dr. Chaku Nadakavelil, Faculty of Philosophy, Pontifical Athenaeum, Jnanadeepa, Pune. Dr. Chaku is a reader and chairman of the Doctoral Committee at Pontifical Athenaeum. He authored book Coherence of Theism, edited many books and written many articles. He teaches metaphysics, natural theology, and philosophy of science at various national and international institutions. I request Dr. Chaku to please come and chair this session. A warm welcome to you. Now I call upon the invited speakers to please come up. Dr. Lisa Davis will be joining us online from Australia. Dr. Jivitesh Patil, RV University, Bangalore. Mr. Darren Baz, Pontifical Athenaeum, Jnanadeepa, Pune. Please come up. Dr. Suchetana Banerjee, Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts, Pune. Dr. Sudhindra Maganahalli, RV University, Bengaluru. And Kolako Wexter, Pontifical Athenaeum, Jnanadeepa, Pune. A warm welcome to all of you. Yeah. Okay. Start the second session now.
Good morning to all of you. In the second session, we have 6 presentations. Each presenter has got 15 minutes. Please keep the time. We have to finish on time, therefore keep the 15 minutes intact. And kindly keep your questions when the presentations are over. We'll take up the each questions to a respective professor, respective presenter after all the presentations are over. Please keep it towards the end. So now we'll take up the second presenter, Dr. Jivitesh Patil from RV University, Bangalore. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Jivitesh Patil. I'm Assistant Professor of School of Liberal Arts and Sciences from RV University, Bengaluru. Originally, my paper was a 15-page paper. So I had to, because of the time, I had to cut short the paper to 10, 12 minutes. Okay. I hope I'll be able to finish it. Okay, I'll directly start. So, title of my paper is War and Buddhist Ethics in Modern World, Navigating Nonviolence and Sovereignty. It was during the India-Pakistan war, a short war. That period, I wrote this paper. So I thought about nonviolence and sovereignty of the nation, along with Buddhist ethics. So in the contemporary global landscape, humanity finds itself at a critical juncture, grappling with complex and often interrelated crises. These include large-scale armed conflicts, environmental degradation, rising economic inequality, mass migration, rapid technological transformation, and increasing ideological polarization. The very foundations of political, ecological, and social stability appear fragile and uncertain. In such precarious world, conventional paradigms of international relations founded on national interest, militarism, and geopolitical realism are increasingly inadequate in addressing the underlying causes of collective suffering. Against this backdrop, the ethical teachings of classical Buddhism offers a compelling and alternative vision rooted not in domination or deterrence, but in compassion, interdependence, and the elevation of suffering. Yet, the application of these ethical ideals to questions of the statehood, national defense, and the military violence remains deeply contested. Can a nation state survive or indeed function on Buddhist ethical principles alone, particularly in a world structured by power politics, militarized borders, and logic deterrence? Is ahimsa a viable response to the external aggression and existential threat? Or does adherence to Buddhist nonviolence render communities vulnerable, as some argue in the case of Tibet? These questions are not merely theoretical, they are urgent. A Buddhist majority countries today continue to face the challenge of balancing spiritual commitment with political realities. Moreover, the very concept of the modern nation state, founded on the boundaries, sovereignty, and exclusion, sits uneasily with Buddhist metaphorical commitment of anitya, anatta, and pratitya samutpada, all of which point to the interdependent and non-dual nature of existence. This paper seeks to explore ethical tensions and possibilities embedded in the classical Buddhist response to war and violence, particularly as they pertain to the survival, security, and moral legitimacy of the state. At the heart of classical Buddhist ethics lies the principle of nonviolence, which goes far beyond mere abstention from physical harm. It is active and conscious commitment to the cultivation of compassion, loving kindness, and ahimsa in thought, speech, and action. This ethical orientation emerges from abstract moralism, but from deep, not from abstract or moralism, but from deep recognition of the interdependent nature of all sentient beings, and from the soteriological aim of overcoming suffering through wisdom and ethical transformation. The Dhammapada, one of the most widely cited texts in Pali Canon, poignantly expresses this sentiment. All tremble at violence, all fear death. Putting oneself in the place of another, one should not kill nor cause another to kill. This verse articulates a central feature of Buddhist ethics. Moral action arises from empathetic identification with others, based on the insight that all sentient beings value life and fear harm. It suggests that ethical behavior must be grounded not in legal codes or political compulsion, but in transformation of perception that recognizes the common vulnerability of all beings. Buddhist ethical thinking envisions a harmonious social order not through centralized authority or state violence, but through the ethical self-cultivation of individuals and the establishment of right relationship rooted in compassion and understanding. This vision stands in stark contrast to political systems that prioritize sovereignty, military strength, or deterrence as guarantee of peace. The implication of Noble Eightfold Path for statecraft and international relations are profound. In a Buddhist ethical framework, peace is not achieved through dominance or balance of power, but through the moral transformation of individual and communities. Rather than fortifying boundaries, escalating military capabilities, the Buddhist path advocates for dissolution of boundaries, psychological and political, through the recognition of pratitya samutpada, that is, dependent origination. As Thich Nhat Hanh famously remarked, the illusion of separateness is the root of all violence. This ontological insight translates into a political ethics of interdependence. In such framework, the suffering of others is separable from one's own, hence harm to another, whether through direct violence or institutionalized injustice, ultimately rebounds as harm to oneself. Therefore, ethical conduct must be guided not by nationalist interest, but by universalist compassion. Classical Buddhist texts do not envision the creation of militarized state. In fact, the Chakravarti Sihananda Sutta, that is text, provides a narrative of the king, righteous king, who rules not by force but by dharma. Dharma meaning ethics. He holds the well-being of his subject by ensuring access to the resources, moral guidance, and justice, without recourse to violence or expansionist ambition. The text notes he should provide the king should provide just protection, security for his people. Let no crime prevail in your kingdom, and to those who need, give property. The tension between Buddhist ethical ideals and demands of political sovereignty has long preoccupied scholars, historians, and practitioners. The Buddhist commitment to ahimsa, karuna, anatta challenges foundational assumptions of modern nation state, which are built on principles of territorial integrity, national identity, and coercive power. The question thus arises: can a nation survive, let alone flourish, while adhering to the classical Buddhist ethics? Perhaps the most striking historical example of this dilemma is Tibet. For centuries, Tibet embodied a polity profoundly shaped by Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhist ideals. The institution of Dalai Lama unified religious and political authority, and the dominant ethos emphasized renunciation, meditation, and nonviolence. Yet, this spiritual governance came under existential threat in 20th century when in 1950, China invaded and annexed Tibet. The Tibetan leadership guided by non-violent Buddhist principles, offered minimal armed resistance, hoping instead for diplomatic and moral support from the international community. As His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama later reflected, we believe in compassion, dialogue, non-violence, but we were unprepared for the brutal nature of modern politics. He has to flee from Tibet to India. All are aware about it. Tibet's example is this difficult question. While non-violence is morally admirable, does it provide sufficient resource for national defense in a holistic world? Can spiritual authority alone safeguard political autonomy? Other Buddhist majority nations have navigated this ethical tension by integrating military structure, often at the cost of compromising Buddhist values. Sri Lanka, for example, has experienced decades of civil war, during which elements of monastic community justified nationalistic violence under Buddhist idioms. Anthropologist Stanley Tambia critiqued this phenomenon as a politicization of Buddhism, warning that when Buddhism is nationalized, it ceases to be universal. Similarly, Thailand, while officially committed to Theravada Buddhist values, maintains a strong military and has experienced multiple coups. The Thai monarchy and Sangha has historically been aligned with the state power, raising concerns about the instrumentalization of the religion. As Charles Keyes notes, in Thailand, Buddhism has often functioned less as a counterforce to the state violence than a legitimating framework for hierarchical power. The case of Japan offers perhaps the most dramatic example of ethical reversal. In a Zen at War, Brian Victoria documents how Zen Buddhist leaders and institutions supported Japanese imperial militarism during the Meiji and the wartime period. Monks were enlisted to promote Bushido, means the way of warrior, blessing soldiers, justifying the invasion of other Asian countries. This historical appropriation of Zen to justify violence reveal a danger. When Buddhist ethics are subordinated to state interest, they can be radically distorted, leading to complicity in operation rather than its critic. In contrast to this troubling example, the reign of King Ashoka, 3rd century BCE approximately, presents a rare and inspiring model of Buddhist ethical governance. After a brutal military campaign in Kalinga, Ashoka underwent a profound moral transformation and adopted the Dhamma as the foundation of his rule. The edicts inscribed on rocks and pillars across the Indian subcontinent emphasize nonviolence, tolerance, animal welfare, and moral education of his subjects. The idea of Buddhist nation faces a core tension: how to uphold ahimsa while ensuring security. History offers mixed models. Tibet struggled without defense, while Japan fusion of Buddhism and nationalism led to the ethical compromise. Ashoka's reign represents a balanced, though imperfect path. Modern thinkers like Thich Nhat Hanh proposes engaged Buddhism, which brings compassion into political action. He insists that non-violence is not passive but demands moral courage and mindful intervention. Ultimately, a Buddhist nation must redefine strength, not a military might, but ethical clarity, compassion, and emotional resilience. Peace in Buddhist thought is not merely the absence of conflict, but presence of justice, empathy, and human dignity. So there is a paradox of ahimsa. A central tension between it's a central tension between Buddhist ethics is how a society committed to ahimsa can protect itself without betraying its core value. So that's a paradox. Domain Kyon argues that while violence driven by hatred is condemned, compassionate intervention, even if forceful, can be morally justified. The Upakayusulya Sutra exemplifies this through a bodhisattva who kills a murderer out of compassion to save others, highlighting that intention matters. However, Buddhism critique not just violent acts, but also structural conditions like militarism and inequality that sustain violence. True security, as seen in Bhutan's gross national happiness model, lies in ethical well-being and social harmony rather than military might. But we all are aware Bhutan is also protected by Indian military too, by their agreements, in not the unofficial agreements. As geopolitical crisis, nationalism identify a growing strand of Buddhist thought. Challenges not just of Buddhist thought challenges not just the violent expression of state interest, but the very legitimacy of the nation state itself. Though often seen as a apolitical, Buddhism's core doctrines offer a powerful critique of fixed identity, including national identity too. The nation state asserts territorial permanence and cultural unity, but from a Buddhist perspective, this is a delusion. All compounded things are impermanent and lack selfhood, anatta. National identity functions like an ego attachment. It sustains tanha, that is craving, for power, and separateness, thus perpetuating dukkha, that is suffering. Since everything is conditionally arisen, the nation is not a self-existent reality, but a contingent construct upheld by law, force, and emotional allegiance. Nationalism reinforces binaries, us versus them, citizen versus outsider. In contrast, Buddhism urges the dissolution of the egoistic boundaries and cultivation of metta, loving kindness, for all beings. The Metta Sutta expresses this vividly. Quote, just as mother protects her only child, so should one cultivate a boundless heart towards all human beings. Buddhist history presents a living alternative to the nation state, the Sangha. It is not defined by territory or race, but by ethical commitment. The transnational model of community offers a cosmopolitan ethics, governed not by force, but by shared precepts. It suggests that political life can be organized through value rather than sovereignty. Some may dismiss this vision as utopian, but Buddhism responds with what we might call radical ethical realism. Any system built on the illusion of permanence and separateness inevitably leads to suffering. Thich Nhat Hanh reminds us, if you cannot love your own people, other nations, and the planet, nationalism becomes a destructive force. The Buddhist alternative is not anarchy, but a reorientation. From control to compassion, from sovereignty to interbeing.
Last 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm concluding. Yes. So I'm concluding rightly. So in face of war, ecological collapse, and global division, Buddhist ethics challenges the very foundation of nation state. Borders, sovereignty, militarized self-interest. Grounded in Four Noble Truths, it sees dukkha as both personal and systematic, with nationalism reinforcing delusion and division, as Sulaka Sivar Sakka notes. Historical attempts to align Buddhism with the state power like in Tibet, Sri Lanka, Japan, reveal deep ethical tensions. When co-opted by nationalism, Buddhists risk becoming a tool of violence, as shown in Zen at War. Yet alternative models exist. Early Sanghas, Sarvodaya, and Plum Village offer decentralized, compassionate governance rooted in mutual care and ethical self-restraint. Rather than a world state, Buddhism envisions a world Sangha, a global community built on spiritual friendship and shared moral purpose. As Davis Loy argues, borders are illusions maintained by violence. True belonging lies in interdependence. While some may question the practicality of this vision, global crises reveal the failure of the nationalistic frameworks. Buddhism calls not for retreat, but for courageous non-violence and relational harmony. In the age of collapse, it offers not strategy, but moral clarity, an invitation to rebuild our world on compassion, equality, and shared humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Patil. The presentation highlighted the classical Buddhist response to violence and suffering rooted in compassion. It also highlighted the peace can be achieved by self-transcendence guided by Dhamma, Buddhist teaching. It also highlighted the tension between Buddhist ethical teaching and national unity and integrity without losing the Buddhist teachings on non-violence. Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. We will go to the next presentation. So, second presentation is Darin Was. He's doing his second year licentiate at the Pontifical Athenaeum. Over to you, Darin.
Respected chairperson, co-speakers, scholars, and dear friends. My paper is titled The Rise of Ethics in Buddhist and Levinasian Philosophy, a comparative study of Buddhism and the ethics of authority. As a time constraints, I'll also be skipping a major chunk of my paper, but I'll try to present a brief short summary of my paper. Basically, like I just want to give some introduction that Buddhism, the first principle of Buddhism is dukkha, and or dukkha is caused by impermanence. So the very existence or the very reality of existence is impermanence. And to get rid of this impermanence, that we have to be ethical. We have to follow the ethical dhamma of Buddhism. So this paper probes into this lacuna or the intellectual lacuna or the don't know space of this Buddhism. If everything is impermanent, then how can we have ethics in Buddhism? Because the very foundation of ethics is permanent principles. I find a similarity between this Buddhist philosophy and the ethics of authority proposed by Emmanuel Levinas, because there also Levinas also makes a leap between the self and the other. The very moment I see the face of the other, I have to be responsible for the other. So again, there is a lacuna, how Levinas makes a leap from the self to the other. So this paper is a probe or an attempt to explore into this lacuna in the Buddhist and Levinasian philosophy. Okay, so the Buddha in the first sermon itself that he placed dukkha as the first principle of Buddhism. And we know that dukkha, desire is the cause for dukkha, and it has to be warded off. It has to, and by using the marga. And in the second sermon, Buddha is elaborating the first principle of Buddhism called dukkha by bringing the interdependent characteristics of dukkha, and that is the three marks of existence, or the three, like it is called the three lakshana, that is anitya and anatma. It is all a correlated. There is a correlation between these three marks of existence, because Buddha speaks the existence or the reality of existence is simply anitya. It is simply impermanent. So the world is rather a constant stream of change, an oscillation between existence and non-existence. So how, like, if everything is impermanent, and it says that the everything is constantly mutating, that is the existence, or that is the very heart. For example, like the moment I speak to you, at this 1 second, in this 1 second, maybe 100 million of my cells might have been mutated. Not might have been, it has mutated. A lover of today can, in a course of time, can become, she or he can go into a breakup, or a friend can turn into an enemy. So everything is mutating, or everything is changing. That is simply the principle of anitya, or impermanence. The second lakshana, or the mark of existence, dukkha, is a correlative of this impermanent nature of existence.
because the very refusal to accept and realize the changing nature of reality is the underlying reason that pushes us into the state of misery. We project the fiction that all things are real and abiding, and this is what pushes us into the deluded understanding, and this is what causes the suffering or the misery. For example, at the very moment I go down, I suffer when I have a breakup because I refuse to accept that my lover has changed, or I refuse to accept the point that I myself have changed. So it's the impermanence that pushes us into the second correlated or characteristic called dukkha. So if everything is impermanent, and if the essence of impermanence is misery, then in the ardent attempt of warding off this misery ends up in creating an illusion of impermanence. That is, like we attempt to ward off this impermanence. We think that we suffer because of impermanence. So we try to ward off this suffering by warding off the impermanence by creating an illusion of impermanence. That's how he leads to the third principle of anatma, or no self. And here we have the very self in Buddhism, the understanding of self is formed by the aggregates or the five skandhas, or the theory of dependent origination. The self lacks the very inherent extinction in itself. So okay. So it is important to note that in Buddhism, a Bhikkhu Bodhi, in the book of Bhikkhu Bodhi, it speaks about the wanderer Vajagota questions Buddha. Is there a self, or is there no self? For which Buddha was silent, and later when Ananda asked about his silence, Buddha replied, there is a self that with the arising of the knowledge that all phenomena are non-self. So here Buddha posits that all things are empty of intrinsic existence, which is the doctrine of shunyata. The idea of self is a result of mere interconnectedness, and there is no self is a truth of reality. So the Trilakshana, according to the words of that Keith Ebered, an Indian scholar and a Sanskrit scholar, he simply states in one sentence, whatever is impermanent is misery, and whatever is misery is not the self. So how can we ward off this? How can we come out of this misery? And Buddha proposes the middle path and the eightfold path, the right action, right livelihood. So here comes the question of my paper, that how can Buddha propose this ethics or dhamma when the reality is impermanent? So we'll keep the question for time being. And moving to the philosophy of Levinas, ethics of alterity. In the book Totality and Infinity, Levinas speaks about the epiphany of the face. The very face of the other opens up before you as an infinite other, which cannot be grasped or appropriated, but to be appreciated and responded. So he says that sensibility is not a fumbling objectification. There is a human tendency, the very moment I encounter the other, I try to grasp, I try to comprehend himself and try to analyze and put him in my own unified way of understanding and my own single framework. But the ethics of alterity, Levinas challenges this question of totalitarian understanding of the other, but he says that sensibility is not a fumbling objectification. So Levinas also, he goes to the extreme and says that he breaks up this idea of totality, but at the same time, it is in the other, it is in the encounter with the other that you find yourself. For example, he says in Totality and Infinity itself, he gives the example of color. We always find ourselves in exteriority. For example, how we understand the concept of black, we always understand as blackboard, blackboard, or how we understand a noise of a car, a voice of someone. So it is in exteriority that we understand something. So for Levinas, the very I is formed in the face of the other. Very I is formed in the encounter with the other. But the very encounter with the other will always challenge my totality. It destabilizes my being. So the other who is completely different and a unique being is beyond my grasp. And this challenge posed by the other destabilizes me in causing a trauma or a vertigo. So the face-to-face encounter with the other, it destabilizes me, it disturbs the totalizing grasp of reality, but it produces a positive vertigo to reinvestigate and to redefine me as an ethically responsible person. So the very subjectivity is not a self-contained entity, but it is exposed to alterity, the other. The ego has to take the pain of vertigo or disruption in the intentional movement to posit itself in itself and for itself. That quote is from Otherwise Than Being on Beyond Essence by Levinas. So the best way to encounter the other, according to Levinas, is letting be. Let the other to remain as it is. Levinas discusses, he gives the example of language, where he calls about the letting be. For example, the poetic language, when a poet writes, it is not a unified, a singular meaning, but rather it changes from reader to reader. It changes from context, it changes according to the circumstances. So even though the word is one, the meaning that it conveys is more than one. So the other is similar to this. It has not to be read in a singular sense, but it has to be understood. It has to be identified, and by allowing the other to let himself or herself to be, to reveal, it's a point of, rather than grasping itself, it's an occasion to wonder about the himself. So, and also in totality, it says, no, totality remains a necessary illusion. The very idea that you can grasp the other, the very idea you can unify the other into a singular concept is an illusion. So the very best way to encounter the other, according to Levinas, is letting be. And the ethics will come. The very face-to-face encounter with the other makes me ethical. This is a Levinas's crux point. So there is a psychologist called Brentano, and there is a thesis called Brentano's intentionality thesis, which says that the mind is always intended towards some other object. Similarly, we, as a human beings, we also are intended towards some other. We need somebody. We need a partner. We need a friend, or we need somebody to live on. So the other, it opens up in the height of transcendence, and it opens up as irreducible, incommensurable, but at the same time, it also reveals in humility, and it's in vulnerability of the need of the other. So the very moment the other reveals before me as naked, as humble, and as a someone who needs, that possesses me, that makes me responsible for the other. There is a very nice image from his book that's tearing away of bread from the mouth that tasted to give it to the other. This is an expression given by Levinas. So the other's face, other's vulnerability makes me myself to share the bread I have in my mouth and to give it to the other. So where you be open to the other, so the very relation is asymmetrical. You are open to the other without mutual obligation, but with a passive acceptance and an active responsibility. So here, we become a beyond being, a transcendent being. That's what he explains in Alterity and Transcendence. The encounter with the other helps me to be separated from the things of the world, the intelligence of this world, and to gather to oneself and to hear the voices from on high. Hear the myself, the very face where the encounter makes me a transcendent being, a beyond being. Okay, now quickly we'll look through the resonance between Buddhism and ethics of alterity. It's simple that Buddhism is a journey from dukkha to nirvana, and in this process, ethics comes in, and the Dhamma comes in as a means to transcendence. And if you check the Levinasian philosophy, it's a journey from vertigo or trauma of astonishment to the transcendence. And here also, the means to transcendence is ethics. And in Buddhism, the right practice of Dhamma in Buddhism or the middle path give you realization as an anatman or no self. So the realization of anatman makes you an enlightened one, and thereafter to attain nirvana. Similarly, in the ethics of alterity, you become a beyond a transcendental being by responding ethically, asymmetrically to the other. In other words, the self-effacing of self Self-effacing helps you to break the limits of yourself and to be a beyond being. So these are the some similarities between Buddhism and ethics of alterity. But the question remains, how Buddha makes a jump or a leap from impermanence to permanence, or how Levinas makes a leap between the self to the other. I try to fill this gap with a notion proposed by the poet John Keats in a letter wrote in 1817 to his two of his brothers, George and Thomas, the romantic poet who had a literary career of just 3.5 years, but a prolific writer who had written about 150 poems. So in that letter, he speaks about a concept of called negative capability, where a man is capable of being in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. So practically, it is the capacity of a human being to move in life in anitya, in uncertainties, when the things go around, in suffering. So basically, negative capability is a counterculture to the human tendency of falling into illusory fixities. In Buddhism, we saw that we try to ward off the illusory, the impermanence or the dukkha by making a self, by creating a permanent thing. So this is a counterculture that that stands against this human tendency of falling into illusory fixities. Rather, it helps to accept the validity of being in the uncertainty. So being in this world is not rooted in the certainty of the self or in one's clinging to fact and reason, but lies instead an openness to what one cannot know and invites a mode of response proper to that. It's a famous quote from Toad. So basically, if we go a little further, negative capability is that capacity of human being to exist, to be a being without. It invites to shift our attention away from the illusory certainties of knowing and doing. So being without, basically it's an invitation to empty ourselves, as the concept of shunyata in Buddhism, which lacks an inherent existence, to suspend the habitual thinking, the way I think, the way I do, the way I let things to be. So it is a capacity of human being to get rid of these things. So being without is an experience of shunyata, when one gives himself up, where one realizes that there is no intrinsic existence or anatman. This giving up makes you transcend the illusion and to attain nirvana. So for Levinas, it is in the self-effacing, one becomes an ethical being, a transcendent and beyond being. So it is through this aspect of negative capability of being without that Buddha or Levinas maybe try to bridge the don't know space. The ethics rise from this very capability or this counterculture of human beings to move to the very impermanence of reality. So,
Last 2 minutes.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Thank you. On time. Thank you, Derinvas, for your beautiful presentation. The presentation asked a very serious question. How can Buddhism proposes the idea of Dhamma when everything is impermanent? And he also made a comparison between Buddha's ethical principle Dhamma and Levinas' ethical doctrine of alterity, selves to other and dukkha to nirvana. And finally he presented a leap. How can this leap can be rectified? He made an attempt to that. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. All the best. So third presentation, Dr. Suchedana Banerjee from Symbiosis School for Liberal Arts and
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm going to talk about devotion. I'm a teacher of literature and a student of philosophy. So I'll be trying to understand philosophy through literary experiences, mostly. My paper is called Borderless Devotion, Exploring Baul Philosophy and Performance as a Paradigm of Interfaith Coexistence and Dialogues. If you don't know who Bauls are wandering mendicants in Bengal who bring in the philosophy of Buddha, Sufi philosophy, philosophy from Upanishad, and they kind of merge it all together. And they propose, as Dr. Nishant was talking this morning, a phenomenology of compassion to kind of, I didn't know about the term until this morning, until he spoke about it. So here I'm trying to show you how Bowles essentially work around this phenomenology of compassion. I have a PPT. Okay, what I'll do is I'll start till they figure it out. The PPT essentially carries 3 poems by Phokir Lalon Shah, which I translated from Bangla to English so that you get a sense of what he's saying in his poems. But till the time they kind of try and see if the PPT is available, I'll start speaking. Baul tradition is not only the folk music of Bengal, but a lived philosophy practiced through the songs Baul Gan. Bauls live communally and remain unaffiliated with any formalized religion. Their spiritual practice centers on music, emphasizing themes such as Deho Tattva, which is the body as site of worship, universal brotherhood, and peace. Drawing from Hindu philosophy, Tantric Buddhism, and Sufism, Baul synthesized these influences into a unique heterodox belief system. As non-conformists, they reject conventional social religious norms, positioning music itself as their primary spiritual practice, sustaining themselves through the offerings of villagers. Bauls lead an itinerant life, preserving their oral tradition by deliberately refraining from writing down their songs. The isolated presentation of Baul songs seems to be somewhat meaningless unless the listeners are initiated to the underlying philosophic allusions of the compositions, which have consistently negated in an aesthetically discrete manner the bondage of any institutional religion down the centuries at the grassroots level. However, Bauls are not the lone heretics. They had emerged from the broader Buddhist Shohojiya, and the Vaishnava Shohojiya background had also intermingled with the Sufi mysticism and the Bhakti movement of the medieval Sant mystics of northern India. The name Baul, as also its cognate from Aul, can well be associated with the Arabic word Aulia, plural of Wali, a word originally meaning near, which is used for friend or devotee that refers to a group of perfect mystics. This paper examines select composition by Lalon Phokir, who was alive between 1774 to 1890. If any of you read Rabindranath Tagore, you will see Tagore constantly going back to Lalon for the philosophy of humanism per se. A seminal Baul whose works continue to serve as enduring reflections on coexistence, tolerance, and universal love. Lalon's poetry transcends religious affiliations, linguistic boundaries, and national borders, offering a vision of celestial love that foregrounds human unity over sectarian divisions. His compositions, often rendered in Shandho Bhasha, or twilight language, exemplify the Baul's engagement with ambiguity and multiplicity of meaning. And as a student of literature, this is what I'm very keen about, the metaphorical use of Shandho Bhasha, which he uses to talk about poetic expression, which Darren was also talking about with regard to Keats. And yes, try and layer the philosophical expression through his literary language. Coming back to Shandho Bhasha, it is a language that is non-conventional and esoteric, where signs are stripped of their natural meaning and concealed with mystic metaphors. This polysemic linguistic mode, historically linked to the tantric practices within Vajrayana Buddhism and Hinduism, allows for layered interpretation that resist rigid doctrinal confines. So possibly this is an application of phenomenology of compassion that Dr. Nishant was trying to point to. The use of Shando Bhasha can be found in the early dohas of Chorjapod, a foundational text in Bengali literature. The Bauls have their basic outlook anchored in what they called Ujan Shadhan or Ulta Sadhan, the opposite of sadhana, or the philosophy of the reverse path, which is the fundamental tenet of all the Shahojiya traditions or Sahajiya traditions in Bengal and elsewhere. They proceed in a direction opposite to that followed by the general run of the unaware people. They avoid all forms of institutional religion in which the natural piety of the soul is overshadowed by the useless paraphernalia of ritualism and ceremony on the one hand and pedantry and hypocrisy on the other. It is for this reason that Bauls and other Shahojiyas call their path Ulto Shadhun, that is reverse path, and denote the process of their spiritual advance as the method of proceeding against the current, which is Ujan Shadhun, the other of Ulto Shadhun. The ultimate objective of Bauls for this reverse journey is to return to one's own self, which is Shahoj, or inborn in nature. Shahoj means simple. If you translate Shahoj, it's simple. This approximation to one's real self is fundamentally based on the method of self-realization. Shorn of all kinds of religious insincerity and artificiality, this return journey of Bauls for self-realization is Shahoj, not because the path is easy to travel, but because it is the most natural path for the attainment of the ultimate reality. The first systematized form of the Shahojiya movement can be found in the school of Buddhist Shahojiyas, which was followed by that of the Vaishnava Shahojiyas. The Bauls emerged from this earlier Shahojiya background and enriched the movement with their own specialities. They were subsequently indebted to Sufism for the invigoration of their philosophy in certain respect. The medieval Sant mystics of northern India would also enrich this collective Shahojiya movement. I would like to now draw your attention to the first song that is up there that I translated from Bangla to English. This is a song by Lalun Phokir. It says, "There is a mirror city near my house. There dwells a neighbor. I haven't seen him even once. Beyond deep waters lies the neighbor's dwelling. There are no banks, no boats to cross. My desire is to meet him, but tell me, how am I supposed to go there? What should I tell about this neighbor? He has no body, no head, no hands or feet. At times he soars in air, at times he floats in water. If this neighbor even touched me once, I would be relieved from pain of death. Yet he and Lalun live in the same place, still separated by 100,000 miles." Needless to say that this mirror city, which is called Arshinagar in Bangla, is the self. And the neighbor is Lalun's Murshid, or the Guru, right? Beyond the waters, deep waters, lies the neighbor dwelling. This water is the human desire. And the journey to reach the Murshid, or the Tariqat, according to Sufism, is what Lalun is talking about here, right? And you can also, the very idea that what should I tell about this neighbor? He can't really explain his guru. He can't really explain his God because the God has no form. He has no head, no hand, no feet. He can't see. The very idea of Nirgun Bhakti coming into Bengal is very dominant in what Lalun says here. And of course, that there is no meeting, right? And yet he and Lalun live in the same place, still separated by 1,000 miles. It never the journey never finishes. There is no fana to be achieved by the end of it. Haraprasad Shastri, a scholar who found the manuscript of Chorjapod in Nepal, coined the term Shandho Bhasha, or twilight language, an encrypted code meant to conceal complex spiritual knowledge from the laity. He described the language of Chorjapod as Sandhya Bhasha. Over the years, in the Bengali academic community, Shastri's coinage and the meaning he ascribed to it gained wider currency. However, in Shandho Bhasha, published more than a decade after Shastri's discovery, Bindu Shekhara Bhattacharya refuted his claim and argued for replacing the prefix Shandhya with Shandho, a shortened form of Sandhya. According to him, the terms are synonymous with Sandhya, with equivalents like Uddesya, Abhipraya, and Abhisandhya in Sanskrit. All of these included Sandhya could be translated variously at aiming at, meaning, having in view, or intending towards. Citing sources from Tibetan Buddhism and Shaolgia schools, Bhattacharya identified these metaphors as mediums of making the esoteric meaning accessible instead of deflecting one's attention away from them. Thus, while Shastri focused primarily on the perceived opacity of the metaphorical language, Bhattacharya foregrounded its revelatory dynamic. The two competing, if also interrelated techniques of interpreting furnished by both Sandhya Bhasa and Shandho Bhasha hinge on the relationship between the literal and metaphorical meaning in Chaujabad verses. In each case, the metaphorical meaning consists in different degrees of semantic variation of literal language. I come to the second song. Again, if you can read it, fine, otherwise I'll read it for you. How do the unknown bird come and go from the cage? If I could catch the bird, I would chain it with my mind. 8 cells with 9 doors shut, latticed in between. The main story above that and a hall of mirrors. It must be my misfortune that the bird behaves this way. To which forest does my bird fly to, breaking the cage? O mind, you thought the cage was strong, but it is made of raw bamboo. One day, this cage will wither, Lalon cries. The cage signifies, of course, the human body. The bird signifies the soul, which is identified as the same as the ultimate reality. So through this writing, Lalon expresses his concern about how does the bird, the soul, arrive in the cage, the body, and then leave it. This is an allegorical expression of the birth cycle of a human being. Then again, he says that if I could have found out, I would have tied it with my mind. He says, in Bangla, it says, mon beri, chains of one's mind. It's impossible to translate it in English as lyrically as Lalon did. This means that if he could find out, he would have attached his mind with the ultimate reality. The earlier Shahojias had considered the human body as the microcosm of the universe within which truth resided, the truth which had to be realized from within. This was exactly the conviction which the Bauls uphold consistently. Added to it, as already indicated, both the earlier Shahojias and the Bauls shared the initial formulation that the ultimate reality was Shahoj, or inborn in nature. The earlier Shahojiya cult underwent a notable transformation in the hands of Baul. The difference in ideology was subtle, and it was reflected in the variation in the concept of Shahoj itself. The Buddhist Shahojiyas conceived Shahoj as Mahasukha, which was the unity of the duality represented by man and woman, as Upaya and Pragya, to which, however, the Vaishnavas supplied the element of love. But here also, Shahoj was conceived as supreme love, which could be realized by the union of the Krishna and Radha, who resided in the corporeal form of man and woman. This process of sadhana was therefore a process of divinization of the human love, which involved a latent dualism in the interplay of rupa and arupa. On the contrary, the Bauls could overcome the dualism and perceive Shahoj as the innermost eternal beloved, who? The man of my heart. And Lalon calls him Moner Manush. The Bauls also spoke of love and union, but this love meant the love between the human personality and the divine beloved, which resided within the temple of the body. In other words, the Bauls' concept of Shahoj path was essentially a philosophic process of self-realization. This incipient trend of the earlier Shahojiyas paved the way for the evolution of the Baul conception of man of my heart, or Moner Manush, under the subsequent influence of Sufism. The mystic sun poets of northern India and medieval period, led by Kabir, Dadu, Guru Nanak, had also contributed to the integration of Shahojiya tradition with Sufi philosophy.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Just
2 more, okay.
Yes?
3 more minutes, just complete
Thank
3
you.
more minutes.
Thank you. I'll just look at the last song. The Bauls of Bengal assimilated all these syncretistic tradition into their own basic formulation with the characteristic innovation of aesthetic grace. This is the last song which talks about Moner Manush. When will the union happen with the man of my heart? Like the rain bird, day and night, I stare at the dark moon. I want to be his slave, but it is not my fate. When the flash of lightning hides in the cloud and you can't find it, like that I lost my dark lord in a glimpse. Thinking of that beauty, I lose the fear of disgrace. Lalon always says, people who are in love knows. So the Baul conception of love is the love between human personality and divine personality, as I said. I would want to wrap it up by saying that the Baul tradition, as exemplified through the songs and philosophies of Lalun Phokir, articulates a radical and deeply humanistic vision of spiritual life rooted in love, self-realization, and transcendence of dogma. Drawing from rich confluence of Buddhist Rahojiya, Vaishnav mysticism, and Sufi metaphysics, the Bauls reject the institutional trappings of organized religion and instead foreground the body, the self, and the immediacy of lived experience as primary sites of devotion. This paper has sought to demonstrate how Baul philosophy not only destabilizes religious orthodoxy, but also points at an alternative ethical spiritual framework, one that fosters interfaith dialogue, erases hierarchical boundaries, and envisions a world held together by compassion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee, for your beautiful presentation, bringing three Baul songs here. For the first time, I am hearing this, and a beautiful metaphysical and phenomenological interpretation of these three important songs, which covered the understanding of God, love, realization, and the journey of the human soul. Beautifully presented. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. The next presenter is Suchintra Mahanahali from RV University, Bengaluru. Over to you, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Sudhindra, and this paper that I have written is written with a dear friend of mine, and this is an attempt to bring about an interdisciplinary notion of legal studies with a philosophical approach. So the title is Buddhism as a Conflict Resolution Philosophy from Bodhisattva Ethics to Global Mediation. So we know that as long as humans have been living in societies, there have been conflicts. And often conflicts start at the most simplest of provocations and end up causing a lot of damage to all the parties in it. They also escalate. The conflicts keep on escalating, and today we find that we humans as a species have entered into conflict with nature as. Now, Buddhism attributes conflicts to three different poisons, what it calls as poisons: greed, hatred, and delusion. These mental states, according to Buddhism, distort perception and fuel reactive behaviors, which leads to discord. Now, one of the focus or the philosophical focus of this paper is on the moral codes, which comprise the 5 precepts and 4 sublime states, which have been stated in Buddhism to be used as concepts or principles of mediation. Now, what are these 5 precepts? The 5 precepts are very simple. They are not killing, not causing harm, avoiding stealing, avoiding sexual misconduct, avoiding false speech, and finally, avoiding all kinds of intoxication. The 4 sublime states or Brahma Viharas are Maitri Karuna or Metta, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha. That is love, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Now, Buddhism claims that it is important, all of these things are very important to maintain peace, both inner as well as external, between people. Also central to the Buddhist ethics is the practice of mindfulness, that is sati, right speech, that is samma vacha, and right intention, that is samma sankalpa. Now, how is conflict resolution happening in the modern world? Now, when we are living in a world which is now become a global village, countries are dependent on each other. It might be for trade and commerce or resources or they might be facing global challenges together. And we have no option but to work together to coexist in this world. The widely recognized principle of right to self-determination under the international law offers the right on countries to freely determine their political, social, and economic status. Another principle of international law is the principle of sovereign equality of states, which means that irrespective of the status of any country, that is, with regards to their size, economic power, or military power, each country is considered to be equal under international law. Now, these two principles are to be recognized and respected by all the countries. However, when we try to enforce our will as a country, one country may advertently, that is, or inadvertently come to a disagreement or dispute with another country. And this leads to inevitable conflicts. Now, however, we know that more often than not, we do not, as a species of humans, do not really endorse this conflict. Now, we have been in a world which has faced multiple wars, 2 world wars in the last century, and so many armed conflicts that are still ongoing. We find that United Nations is, which was established in 1945, with the main objective of maintaining international peace and security, has not been very efficient in doing so. The United Nations Charter, on paper at least, makes provision for the peaceful settlement of disputes between countries. The methods of settlement of conflicts can be broadly categorized into extrajudicial peaceful means and the judicial methods of settlement. The widely accepted peaceful ways in which conflicts are resolved between the countries in today's world are inquiry, negotiation, good offices, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and judicial settlement. Now, talking a little bit about each of them, negotiation is one of the oldest and the most simplest form of settlement of a dispute. Here, the concerned parties discuss and try to arrive at a settlement on their own. Now, what happens is sometimes the parties might be unwilling. In this case, countries might be unwilling to start a dialogue at each other's place. In such a situation, any other country, international or a regional organization may offer their good offices for both the parties to meet and start the dialogue for the settlement of conflict. We see examples of this happening all across the world. In mediation, a third party is involved in the settlement of conflict. There is an impartial mediator who participates in the discussion and may give suggestions to both the parties. They may help the parties in arriving at an agreement, but it is left to the parties involved who have to agree upon the settlement. Another method of a peaceful settlement is conciliation. A commission or a committee is appointed and the parties refer the dispute to this committee. This commission is tasked with finding the facts and then providing a proposal for settlement of the dispute. It is important to note that the proposal of settlement submitted by such commission is not binding on the disputed parties. On the other hand, we have arbitration, which wherein we come to a process of settlement of disputes by a third party whose decisions are binding. The arbitrators follow the rules agreed upon by the parties or generalized rules which are widely recognized. And finally, we find that conflicts can be resolved through a judicial method. The United Nations Charter provides for the parties to refer to any matter or dispute to the adjudication of the International Court of Justice. The consent of the parties is necessary and they are free to withdraw the case at any point in time and decide to settle the dispute on their own. However, if the decisions are given by the ICJ, they are final and binding on the parties. However, we find that while there are legal methods to do or to resolve conflicts, they seem quite hampered. Like 1,000 heads of the mythical Hydra, conflicts keep popping up one after the other in regions across the world. Taking into consideration the nuances of the modern geopolitical world, can one apply Buddhist principles to seek a sustainable conflict resolution mechanism? Now, we go back to Buddhism and we find that the Mahayana school of Buddhism talks about the compassionate entity of the Bodhisattva. We have been hearing about this concept for over the period of this seminar session. Now, the notion is that from a modern secular viewpoint, the Bodhisattva can be termed as a modern day mediator as well. This is what I aim to look at. This is because Bodhisattva emphasizes understanding and non-violence in their everyday endeavors and consistently seeks peaceful and long-lasting solutions. Now, let us try to approach the Bodhisattva's ideal to conflict resolution. Now, what would happen is that if a Bodhisattva were a mediator, they would immediately recognize the first noble truth that there is suffering. And within each individual beings, there is a potential for enlightenment as well. While this might sound metaphysical and spiritual, in terms of conflict resolution, these aspects are quite practical. One has to understand that conflicts occur as a result of suffering. However, there is often a wrong belief that one party suffers more than the other, or in some cases, one party is causing suffering to the other. This resonates with the idea that there is dukkha, and however, we can be optimistic about the fact that there is, of course, an end to this dukkha, that is nirodha. Bodhisattva also seeks to bring about non-violence both in thoughts as well as in intentions, as well as in actions. The rationale here is that non-violent deeds, both mental and physical, do not give rise to further karmic fruits that enmesh the individual deeper into the cycle of samsara. Looking at this from the mediator's viewpoint, avoiding harmful actions by both the parties goes a long way in bringing about long-lasting solutions. Any action done with ill intent would become evident in the long run, bringing about tensions and misunderstandings that can reignite conflicts. Bodhisattva also brings to the table the idea of respect and reverence as a non-negotiable necessity while attempting to resolve conflicts. A dialogue in the process of conflict resolution is bound to have disagreements. Bodhisattva brings out the idea that one has to treat all the parties with respect and understanding and hear them out completely and thoroughly, and finally overcome the disputes that may arise from the disagreements. The key takeaway point here is that one must agree to disagree and not to be reactive. Bodhisattva aims at prioritizing unity and harmony. The conflict is, from the Bodhisattva's view, a move away from realizing one's true Buddha nature. The ideal is to be in harmony with the world, understanding its diversities. One needs to develop the wisdom that nature involves the harmonious existence of both the tiger as well as the deer, and it would be foolish to expect these creatures to be naturally friends and caring towards each other. However, one also has to understand that while seeming antagonistic, these animals never cause a widespread wiping off or an extinction of each other. Thus, conflicting people and conflicting countries have a lot to learn from the Bodhisattva's wisdom and can implement solutions to conflict that are peaceful and based on cooperation. One of the other approaches to conflict resolution from a Bodhisattva's approach would involve patience, a deep listening, and commitment to the well-being of all the parties involved. In the political sphere, this can translate into a diplomat who can embody these qualities. The Bodhisattva seeks to bring harmony not through coercion, but through understanding and compassionate engagement. Now, a key insight of Buddhist philosophy is that no solution is sustainable unless it addresses the root causes of suffering. Now, taking this into the modern peace-building theory, this aligns with the concept of restorative justice. Rather than focusing solely on punishment, restorative justice seeks to heal the harm caused by conflict. It includes all the stakeholders in the process of dialogue, recognition of wrongs, and commitment to reparative action. Buddhism's emphasis on karma, intention, and mindfulness offers a philosophical grounding for such approaches. However, we accept that there are challenges and critiques. Whereas the Buddhist philosophy offers a compelling framework for conflict resolution, as I said, it is not without its challenges. We can critique that Buddhist non-violence can sometimes lead to passivity or a reluctance to confront injustice directly. There have been historical instances of violence by self-identified Buddhists, which my fellow panelist has already spoken about. Furthermore, when we talk about highly asymmetrical conflicts where power imbalances are extreme, the call for compassion and dialogue can appear naive or insufficient. In such cases, structural injustices must be addressed along with interpersonal healing. Nevertheless, Buddhist principle can still inform the ethos with which interventions are made. Even in situations requiring firm political or legal action, mindfulness, compassion, and an ethical clarity can guide leaders away from vengeance and towards reconciliation. The whole idea is that while talking about disputes, Buddhism encourages practitioners, both as a community or as an individual, to look inwards. The concept of anatta reminds the individuals that clinging to a rigid sense of self or ego is the root of much suffering. When one sees the self as fluid and, more importantly, interconnected with others, the idea or the need to defend one's ego at all costs diminishes. The result is a greater capacity for forgiveness, understanding, and reconciliation. Thus, the Brahma Viharas, which are the four noble aspects of Buddhism, offer not only just theories, but they offer techniques and an ethical disposition towards the others, rooted in the non-self and interdependence. Conflict resolution from this view isn't just about an external settlement, but rather an internal transformation, reducing clinging, aversion, and ignorance in how we relate to others and to ourselves. Whereas it is noted that no single philosophy can serve as a panacea for the world's complex problems, Buddhism offers a profound view of or vision of a peace rooted not in power, but in wisdom and compassion. By cultivating inner peace, practicing ethical conduct, and engaging in compassionate dialogue, individuals and nations alike can move towards more sustainable and humane forms of conflict resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suhindra, for your presentation. The presentation showed while different legal methods are available, Buddhist notions to settle the conflicts are relevant in modern world. Especially he mentioned about the Bodhisattva could be a mediator, can play a mediator role to settle down different conflicts because it treats all the parties with the equal respect, and it can also ensure unity and harmony. He also highlighted no solution is sustainable unless the root cause is addressed. And in this regard, Buddhist philosophy can offer a better settlement to solve the problem by addressing the root cause of different conflicts. Thank you for that beautiful presentation. And now we have the last presenter, Vector Kolko from our Institute Pontifical Athenaeum, is doing his licentiate here. Over to you, Vector.
So good afternoon to one and all. I just wanted to clarify one thing before I start the paper presentation. I wanted to tell you people that the self and identity that I'm going to speak about will be used synonymously. I mean, meaning to say that both of them will be used like in similar terms. So to start off with, the main presentation, the title of my presentation is Identity in Flux. I want you people to just imagine being in a room that is filled with nothing. And you ask yourself one question: who are you in that time? In that few couples of minutes, if you are reflecting over it, there will be a mirage of thoughts that are coming into your mind. And at some moment, it ceases to exist. The thoughts will stop. And in that moment, if you ask the question, who are you? I believe what you would hear is basically your heart beating fast. What you would hear, if you are very much concentrated, will be your flow of bloodstream. But you go out of that room again and ask the same question of who you are. You become a dancer, you become a singer, you become a priest, you become a Catholic, you become a Buddhist, and all of the conventional designations that we put on. Similarly, into the digital space, when we talk about identity, when we scroll through our phones, through various social media platforms, we come to a point where we ask ourselves, wait, is it really me? Like, for example, yesterday, Amit was talking about the ways we try to portray ourselves on different social platforms. In LinkedIn, we have a professional dashboard given to others. On Facebook, Instagram, we have the adventurous side of us. On the group chats, we have some versions of us. And within the groups, we have another group which has another version of ourselves. So that brings us into the question of who we are really. So this is where I want to start off with the paper. I mean, this is where the crux of my entire paper was. And fascinatingly, the most important insight that came to me was from the Buddhist doctrine of anatta, and specifically from the lenses of a Buddhist philosopher known as Vasubandhu. So though my presentation is talking about the insights, I mean Buddhist insight into the selfhood of digital age, I also have inculcated a contemporary approach, also with addition to the cognitive and neuroscience. Okay, so basically, let's start with the basic assumption we often carry with ourselves, that we have a self, and that self is somehow stable, continuous, permanent, authentic, and all the other words you can associate with that particular thing. When we say we are going through an identity crisis, it is often framed as losing touch with some level or some real version of ourselves. But what if the real crisis is assuming that we have a fixed self at all? And this is precisely what Vasubandhu comes in. He was a 4th century Buddhist thinker, and one of the most powerful arguments he presents to us is that the self that we normally conceive of doesn't actually, or in the ultimate sense, exist. So this is not to say that we, all of us, are illusions in some way. What he's trying to say is the self is just a temporary, self-shifting interaction between the skandhas, our bodies, feelings, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Now, each of these are constantly changing, and there is no stable I hiding behind them. It is just like, take for example, a car. Now, if you show me what a car is, you may show me the entire car of it, I mean the entire piece of a car. But in reality, what car is basically a mechanism which has a lot of parts that are put together that emerges, that gives us a rise of a car. In the similar way, Vasubandhu would argue that the self is nothing but the collection of the aggregates that are working together. So what is the mistake that we are doing? Well, the mistake is identifying self as a permanent thing. And to get acquainted with this particular concept, we have to understand the two realities that are there within us: conventional reality and the ultimate reality. So when we talk about a conventional reality, we all know what a conventional reality is. It is where we are right now sitting, the surrounding that we have. And it makes sense to us when we say this is a chair, or this is so and so person, or this is me. It makes sense in the conventional sense. But what he says is, Vasubandhu, at an ultimate level, the mistake is we confuse ourselves thinking that we as human beings, as selves, are conventionally true, which is not correct. So he would say that we are conventionally true, but ultimately what we are in ultimate sense is not there, because we are just a collection of aggregates together that brings up the illusion of self. So Vasubandhu would state self is conventionally true because the aggregates are working together, but the ultimate reality of the aggregates function independently, and then the concept of self disappears. Now Vasubandhu had a tussle with a lot of other philosophical schools, especially in the Indian systems, and he was also into the understanding of the self, and he brought out some of the refutations or some of the arguments that support the claim that we don't have a permanent self. So the first argument is known as the argument that we cannot perceive the self. Now, Vasubandhu questions whether we can directly see, hear, or sense the self in any way. The answer to that question is always negative, as it is never possible to perceive the self. As I said, what we experience is nothing but the formation of the skandhas working together. We can never directly experience the constant I behind them. If the self were real, we could have found it through one of our senses or through introspection. But all we find is a changing stream of experiences. So Vasubandhu says that the self is not real in the same way that physical objects or mental states are. To make things simpler, let's take the example of a movie. Now, when we watch a movie, we think that movie is one thing, okay? And if I ask you to show exactly what a movie is, it would be impossible because a movie runs in a fast-paced frames. So we cannot exactly show where the movie is. So in the similar way, if you ask me where the self is, you would never be able to show a particular self, because it is the mixture, the dynamism of the aggregates that are working there. So if you are trying to show the self, you won't be able to do that. The second argument he presents is the lack of explanatory necessity. Various philosophers believe that you need a self because it helps us to explain the concepts such as memory, desire, or responsibility through inferential basis. They believe that behind every experience, there must be a constant subject called the self that stays the same over time. But Vasubandhu would disagree with this. And he would say that all of these things can be explained by the principle of causality. So for instance, he says memory happens because a mental impression from the past causes a new thought. And we do not need to imagine a permanent self to explain any of this. What Vasubandhu would basically say in this particular argument is, self is basically an ontological dangler. I mean, it is a word, but it does not have any intrinsic value within itself. And the third argument is that there is no scriptural justification for the self. Now, some people would argue that the Buddha's teachings support the idea of the self. For example, in the scriptures, sometimes it is referred to as the self. I mean, the self is referred to as the one who carries the burden of suffering. But Vasubandhu explains that these kinds of phrases are just conventional ways of speaking. The Buddha himself wanted the people to understand his teaching in a very grassroots level, and therefore his disciples had to try to bring out a conventional language so that they understand what the scripture is all about. And Vasubandhu also brings out an argument from the scripture itself, where he was meeting a scholar who asked him the same question. Please tell me whether the self exists, whether it exists or no. To Vasubandhu, I mean the Buddha, when he was answering that question, he just kept silent. He did not answer that. And the reason he did not answer that is because he did not want the disciples of the scholar who asked the question to either go to the extremes of eternalism or to go to the extremes of nihilism. So therefore, he remained silent. So with these arguments, I got out some of the insights into how Buddhist philosopher Vasubandhu tried to bring out this notion that there exists no permanent self. Moving on to the concept of the postmodern thinker Baudrillard. He was a French modern thinker, and the way he looked at our world, a media-saturated world, and he saw strange things happening, simulations everywhere, images, copies, representations, were starting to feel more real than reality itself. He called this the hyper-reality. And I think this is one of the things that are still happening. I mean, it is still relevant in today's context because the amount of videos that are generated by the AIs are so realistic that it makes the human being, it tries to, we cannot basically separate what is real and what is unreal. So we are basically living in this hyperreal world today. And in the online constructs, he calls it the simulacra, the copies of ourselves that doesn't necessarily connect to anything authentic. Over time, what happens is we start to relate to these versions of ourselves rather than what we were in the offline selves. So where the parallel of Vasubandhu and this postmodern thinker comes in, both of these, one ancient and one modern, postmodern, they're telling us that the self we think of as a solid thing, as a permanent thing, can be just an appearance. And the danger is not using that appearance, but rather it is in believing that it is the truth. Moving on to some of the cognitive and neuroscience findings. One prominent perspective that I researched about was known as the inactive approach to cognition. And this was developed by thinkers like Ivan Thompson and Francisco Varela. Now, according to this view, consciousness and the sense of self doesn't reside inside the brain as a fixed things. Instead, they are better understood as emergent properties, constantly shaped by the way we move, feel, and act in the world, just like a blind man being dependent on his cane. He can't see anything, but through his interaction with the surrounding, his brain gives him a sense of direction. Rather than seeing the brain as a passive machine that just collects information from the senses and processes it, this approach sees the brain as a part of a dynamic loop. The brain is always working together with the body, which is always interacting with the environment. Mind and world are not separate. They co-create each other moment by moment. So what about the self? From this standpoint, the self is not some hidden inner controller. It is not some ghost in the machine. Rather, the self is more like a self-specifying process, which is temporary and flexible in its nature. It is something we do, not something that we are. Now, this idea aligns remarkably well with Vasubandhu's critique. Just as he rejected the need of a permanent, unchanging self to explain memory or identity, modern cognitive science is also moving away from the idea of a solid internal self. What we experience as a stable identity is in fact the product of countless shifting processes. In other words, what science is basically telling us is that the notion of being, that there is a hidden self within ourselves is basically the cognitive science and the neuroscience would say it does not support that claim.
Victor, please conclude.
So moving on to some of the solutions that we can offer in the identity crisis that is being happening around, one application would be of mindfulness, being mindful to the way we approach the gadgets, being mindful to the way we approach our behavior, our self itself. But one of the critiques that I can raise in this particular thing is, though mindfulness is practiced in Buddhism and most of the other religions as well, I would say that there has been a mindful industry that is commodifying these particular practices, which needs to be stopped, because that is just giving a sense of a kind of a money-minded, business-oriented life. So that has to be stopped. And the final words of what I would like to say is, the self is not something that we are, it is something we do, and that happens constantly. And therefore, it is something for us to reshape with wisdom, ethics, and philosophizing. Thank you.
In this digital age and dominated by AI, the question always we have to ask ourselves, who am I? Very often we are lost. Our identity is the real identity, or identity projected by some outside world or somebody else. So it's a very important question Victor has dealt with this concept of identity in the context of a digital age. He has spoken about self is an ontological dangler. It is practically an aggregation, it's a collection of a different aggregation. Actually, there is no permanent self as understood by Vasubandhu. Thank you for this beautiful presentation at the present context of a digital age and digital world guided by digital media. Thank you very much. And it's time for us to ask questions. So we have one more is there, no? It's not connected. So therefore, thank you, we finish here. So now you have some question to ask. The floor is opened to ask questions and clarifications. We don't have much time. Couple of questions we'll take up, please. Which question, to whom you are addressing this question, please? Please give a mic to me.
Thank you, panelists. My question is to Darren. Is something about this being without. No? So it is related to, I suppose, non-attachment or detachment. And that belief in detachment, I feel, it is some kind of holding on to certainty or trust in this, the sunyata or detachment. So it's seemed to be kind of attachment to the doctrine or idea itself. So it kind of self-contradictory, if you can comment on it. And the other one is, how is this being without related to Levinas's alterity? If you can clarify that, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
First, we'll note down the questions and each one will answer afterwards. Please raise your hands. Please stay there. Please give it mic. Stay there. Proceed. Please.
In the light of dependent origination, sorry, this is to, it can be shared in between Dr. Jivitesh Patil and Dr. Sudhindra Maganhalli. It is a bit of related, so that's why I'm asking. He spoke about war and you have spoken about conflict and all. That is international level. So in the light of dependent origination, can we say that suffering is also dependent, completely dependent, or is it partially dependent? Can I ask one or two couple of questions more, or?
No, because others are there. Please.
This question is to Professor Mahanhalli. You said about the Bodhisattva's vital role in conflict management or conflict resolving. But in the ideal world, it is possible. But in the real world, even like Donald Trump wants to behave like Bodhisattva, trying to sort out the problems. but how far it is possible in the real world?
Anybody else? Yes.
My question is to Father Darren Vas. As we know, John Keats was part of the Romantic movement, so they were motivated by the beauty which evokes a personal response, which is expressed in art and culture. But beauty is, I mean, the form is impermanent in Buddhism, and emotions are part of the Vedana Skandha in Buddhism. So, what could be that which motivates the descent into the negative capability? Could we possibly say that it is a participatory knowledge of a possible beauty in the formless realm? Because that's the only thing that seems to me which can motivate then what gets you out of bed in the morning to move to move in a world of impermanence towards ethics? So it seems to me that you have to propose some kind of beauty which exists even in the formless realms. Would you agree with that? That's my question.
Yes, because of the lack of time, we restrict ourselves to these questions. Very please respond to two questions.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I would like to read a statement from the Alterity and Transcendence by Levinas. It states that a being is only be true if it is totality, he says. The true must include even errors, which if excluded would be elsewhere and would reduce the totality to a part, that is, to an abstraction. So the point is the very negative capability is pointing to the very existence of reality, to accept it as, to let the reality be, exist, let it be itself. Even the reality, it includes the contradictions, it includes the errors. It's don't try to bring it out or don't try to frame it into our understanding. So that would be my response to the first question. And second part of the past use question I missed really. If you can give once again, I will try to. And to the question of Savio, that you said some kind of beauty. So negative capabilities has nothing to do with the beauty. Maybe he must have coined, or he must have writing from his own life experience, which I'm not sure. But it is not against even beauty, but it's about it's giving a counterculture that that we always try to bring the reality to some kind of permanent stuff, but rather it is a counterculture that you accept as it is. I said the other reveals as naked. At the same time, the other reveals in the transcendence. So it both upholds, both embraces the beauty, at the same time, the other fact of the reverse of reality. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I believe the first question was about suffering, whether it is dependent. So it is dependent on the 12 links that have been given in Buddhism. So the idea is that it is often tanha or craving which leads to suffering. So one is bound with the other, and it can be seen in a mediative light as well, because we always want something, and that is why it leads to conflict. A quick answer to the second question is that I have tried to address a little bit about saying the challenge that has been approached, that while it might really sound very idealistic, the whole aspect of Buddhism is about trying to practice. Now, what happens is that ideally, it might not offer a quick fix. But when we approach mediation through a bodhisattva ethics, the idea is that it will definitely, it might take more time, but it will definitely lead to long-lasting solutions. That is the hope of this field. Right? Thank you so much.
Yes, time, we have no time, therefore, thank you very much. Yeah. So we had a variety of presentations today, beautiful presentations, actually enriching experience we had. Let's give big thanks to Dr. Patil and Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Mahanhali, and Darin, and vector. Thank you very much for your effort. We enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaco, for chairing this invited speakers session. It was a wonderful session. May I request Agnes D'Souza to please come and felicitate our chairperson. Certificates or next is Dennis Vaz. Dr. Sucheta Banerjee. Yeah, Sudhindra Maganhalli, Dr. Sudhindra Maganhalli. And Mr. Wexter Jerry. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. Now, may I call upon Dr. Archana and Dr. Nishant, Dean of JD, to please come onto the stage and share your thoughts for this special international conference that was all made possible because of your vision and contribution.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's a concluding session. We are feeling very happy, very proud. So on behalf of Professor Geeta Ramana, all students, first and foremost, all students who are participated actively in this 1.5 day international conference. My gratitude on behalf of our GDAT Forum, those who have contributed the paper, especially invited speakers, research scholars from all over India, and the best paper presenters. Actually, because of contribution, our volume becomes so big and it has a wonderful value. It got the value. So thank you so much for your contribution. My special thanks to my dear Gayatri for all her efforts. Because of her, we got a wonderful invited speakers, special international speakers, and we got the opportunity to interact with this beautiful Jnana Deepa, knowledge of temple of this institute. I got a privilege to have an interaction with Dean of the Faculty, Professor Nishan. So my heartfelt thanks to you for all the arrangement which your team has made. Your student has worked a lot. And for their hardship, for their sincerity, I salute on behalf of Geeta Ramana Forum. Thank you so much, all the team. Please big, yes, they have a big class of hands. Very nice. Thank you. It should be more loud. Yes. Yes. Yeah. You're all young people. That energy you have to show in action. So thank you so much, all the speakers, those who have accepted our invite with all difficulties, especially of the traffic difficulty, they could reach here and deliver their talk. Due to some technical problems or the other problems, we just struggle a little bit, but I think we are going to come on time. So, sir, we are following strictly your time which you have given to us. I'm very grateful and I'm really, really thankful for this academic collaboration. I will say again, if I get opportunity, I would like to propose again. I will send you a proposal, sir, again, and hopefully in future we can have such a wonderful academic contribution again. So thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I request Professor Nishant to say a few words. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Archana, for the nice words of appreciation and gratitude. I'm really very happy, not only because we had an international conference, but there are many people who have put into their hearts, minds, souls to make this day, these 2 days, an enriching one, a learning one, a memorable one. And of course, first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the great contribution made by all the members of Professor Geeta Ramana Memorial Research Scholars Forum. I can't name all of them now once again, but definitely in the person of Dr. Archana Malik Gore. So we definitely see the energy, the enthusiasm, and she's a great professor. So many research scholars are with her, but you would never feel that when you communicate with her. I always felt as if I'm talking to somebody from my own family, you know, like a sister. And that's the kind of communication she brought every time when we met. So it was not somebody who is a great scholar. She is, but that is never how she communicates. So somebody who is very friendly, like a family member. So that kind of ease we had working with her, and thank you for being that way. It was a great learning for us, collaborating with you in every respect of the term. So I would like to invite the class representative of third year philosophy, Bliston, to thank her, express our sentiments of gratitude with another sapling. So you have a garden, I know. So you could always, have more plants in your garden. Can Bliston, yeah, can you? Yes, please. You can, yeah. I wish, yes, please, you can all come. Yeah. Yes, please. Yes. Please come. Yeah. As everybody is coming, I acknowledge all of your presence, Sri Lakshmi ji, Agnes ji, Patil, Jivendra Patil, and Sudhindra, and Jyotish, I said, Amit. All of you, please, you can come. Those part of this. Others are taking photo, they'll share with you. Yeah. And of course, I cannot, please come. Yeah. These are not mere words, these are real sentiments of our gratitude and appreciation. And we cherish collaborating with you. And of course, as Gayatri is there, a special word of appreciation and gratitude to Gayatri, because Gayatri must have worked many hours planning this out, back and forth communication, contacting all these invited speakers. It's not very easy. People in Australia, people in China. So it's not very easy, but then she was coordinating. Most of the work was done by her, of course, with the team, but you did a lot of work, Gayatri, and definitely that needs a special appreciation. And I'm sure your faculty members from SSLA also have backed you up with that. And I see a lot of support from them all through. That's a great thing for you. And I also would like the second year class coordinator, Edwin, to felicitate Gayatri also with a sapling. I don't know how big your garden is, but if not, you start having one. Oh, your mother has a garden, so that's fine. Thank you. Once again, let us put our hands for all of them. Thank you. Yeah. we are going to have a photo session with all the speakers, research scholars, whoever is present, paper presenter from JD, and students, yes, all of you. So we'll have a group photo, so please wait at the end. But I still have to express my sentiments of gratitude for many more people, not so many, but still definitely to all the participants from other universities and other walks of life. Your presence itself was very inspiring to us. Through a parallel session, though we couldn't listen to some of you, but I'm sure it was a very enriching experience for all of us who have participated in that. Thank you for all the scholars, for the faculty members from other faculty, other research scholars from other universities for presenting your papers and be part of this. Thank you for giving us this wonderful experience. Of course, now I have to come to JD. Definitely, I have to thank all of our administration, starting with our president, registrar, treasurer, PG block moderator, our office staff, support staff, all of them have their hands in it. So I really would like to thank them. In particular, I would like to thank Dinesh and Clement, my colleagues, hours of, they were invested many hours in planning this kind of media thing, organizing every minute thing. Yesterday, I told Clement, if not for you both, it would have been very difficult for me to pull this through because every detail was worked very well by both of them. I just was remaining at the back. I hardly moved my finger, honestly saying. So I really would like to appreciate both of them. I would invite the Edwin Joseph to felicitate and thank Dinesh, Dr. Dinesh. Could you please come? Hey, that is there. That is there. Can you come? That you can't share. Can you come? Can you come here? Please. And the licentiate coordinator, Lucas, is around. Yeah, please. And to felicitate and thank Clement. Of course, every faculty member has contributed, but they have done much more. That's why. But all our faculty members always stand by us. So thanks to every faculty member. There were many student volunteers. We divided into teams along with the class reps, and everybody has put in a lot of effort. Thanks for all your contribution you have made. And I must thank each and every student present here. You were really motivated. All the first cycle students, the PG students, some doctoral students are also there. You were really motivated and you were actively present and you were participating. And I think that energized the speakers. I'm sure Dr. Archana would agree with me on that. Definitely you were active involvement. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time for QA, question answer. But if you have more questions, we'll take it to some other forum. We'll keep this intellectual conversation going. So that's for sure. I must say, Dr. Archana told me, now I want to give a dinner to all the students or lunch. So I said, that's going to be a very huge task for us, even to think of for all our students. Our number is big. Then she said, okay, then I will take care of all the tea, snacks, coffee, and so on. So she gave presented the budget for that. I said, we should be workable. We can do that. Then yesterday when she came with the money, I told her, probably this much money will not be necessary for the amount that we have spent for coffee, snacks, and so on. She said, please treat your students, particularly the volunteers, with the remaining money. So we'll be planning something about all the volunteers, paper presenters, whoever has helped somehow, we'll get a list. Unfortunately, may not for all the students. If I can get a chocolate for all the students, I will do that. But we'll plan something for others, that I will let you know later. But I should deeply appreciate the concern she had. She knew that many of you were working and she wanted to recognize and appreciate that. I think for that, I think she deserves another round of applause, please. Nothing more, only sentiments of gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice weekend. And whoever is traveling back, travel safe. I think the Palki is out now, so it should not be a problem. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. We will have a photo session. I don't know however it is organized. I will leave that to Clement. Thank you.
I think students can make 2 rows here and then staff can stand here. Some of you can come and remove this. Yeah, all of us will have a photo.
can go to the steps there, it may be easy.
Okay, steps, but will we have sufficient space?
Yes, sir, that will be
Then
much
we shall
more
go to the steps in front of the office. Fine. At the end.
Okay, be seated. There is another suggestion. We can all be seated and the photo can be taken from here. That may be a better option. All of you be seated, but come in front. Occupy all the front seats, please. All of you. Just in 5 minutes, we'll finish and go. I know it's lunchtime. We can't delay.